everyone, Samia Khan here with your Fox 10 News Now update. Hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday morning. Happy Thanksgiving week. Those of you who are at work, hope you're enjoying the day. And those of you who have already taken the week off, or maybe you're not working, I hope you're enjoying your day as well. We have a lot of news ahead. In fact, we're going live to Flagstaff now as the alleged NAU shooter, 18-year-old Stephen Jones, will be appearing in court anytime now. I know the time was scheduled for 9 a.m. Arizona time. I believe Stephen Jones in court for a case management conference. The judge has approved us. We are able to stream it live. Scheduled for 9 o'clock. Maybe running a couple minutes late, but this is what we're going to kick off things with here on News Now. Alright guys, while we wait for court to begin, what I do have is body cam video that was released recently, just over this weekend actually. Police up in Flagstaff released this body cam video. This is new body cam video we hadn't seen before of the incident itself when cops arrived to the campus of NAU. You can see the suspect, Stephen Jones, in there. I'm going to play this for you now while we wait for court to start, okay?
Oh my God!
Hang on.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God, no!
Sir, what is your name?
What?
Where's your wallet?
It's in my backpack.
Can I grab it?
Yeah. Oh, please, officer, please. Oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, please.
Hang on, sir, hang on.
Oh my God.
Is your name Stephen?
Yes, sir. Please,
Stephen, do you have any weapons on you?
No,
Stand up for me.
I can't.
Roll over, stand up. Spread your feet. Spread your feet more. I need to enter code 3, Mountain View Service Drive, from Franklin.
Oh my God, please help me. I'm so scared. I can't. I can't.
Have a seat.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Just have a seat.
I can't be
Have a
alone,
seat.
please.
Have a seat.
Again, guys, this is video from the night of the incident. That was early morning, October 9th. That is when the shooting at the Northern Arizona University campus took place. If you don't remember this story, let me brief you about this. Stephen Jones allegedly shot multiple people. He claims that he was being chased by a group of guys, and this is what happened as a result. I'm gonna play that video for you guys one more time. Again, it's body cam video from one of the officers who arrived on scene, and in the video you'll be able to hear the suspect Stephen Jones quite emotional upon arrest.
Oh my God!
Hang on.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God, no!
Sir, what is your name?
What?
Where's your wallet?
It's in my backpack.
Can I grab it?
Yeah. Oh, please, officer, please. Oh my God, I want my mom. Oh my God, please.
Hang on, sir. Hang on.
Oh my God.
Is your name Stephen?
Yes, sir. Please,
Stephen, do you have any weapons on you?
No,
Stand up for me.
I can't.
Roll over. Stand up. Spread your feet. Spread your feet more. I need to enter code 3, Mountain View Service Drive, from Franklin.
Oh my God, please help me. I'm so scared. I can't. I can't.
Have a seat.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Just have a seat.
I can't be
Have a
alone,
seat.
please.
Have a seat.
Alright guys, that was the video once again of the body cam footage from the night of the NAU shooting. We are now live in court in Flagstaff. Once again, we are just waiting for court to start. We do know that this specifically is a case management conference. It was scheduled for 9 a.m. at the Coconino County Superior Court, Division 2, scheduled for 9 this morning. Looks like they're running a couple minutes late, but they should be starting any minute now. We'll be carrying that live here on Fox 10 News Now.
Standing, folks, please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. This is CR 2015-00862. State of Arizona versus Stephen Jones. Mr. Jones is present in custody with counsel, Mr. Davidson, Mr. McCowan, Deputy County Attorneys, Mr. Barker, Mr. Shea. For the record, I did meet with counsel in chambers, and we kind of went over kind of where we are at this point in time. So I think what we'd like to do is just kind of put on the record what we're looking at and time frames, so on and so forth. I'm going to ask counsel to also look at their calendars for January 21st, 9 a.m. As a potential setting for the next CMC, just so we've got that down. So, Mr. Barker, let me start with you.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, we were discussing when the state would have a pared-down witness list. I think we'll be able to get that done by that January status conference date. I'm just going to look at our calendar to make sure we'll be here. I think Mr. Shea will be in trial, but if I'm here, that will work for us. And once we get that pared-down witness list, I think we'll be able to talk about trial dates and potential trial dates and get that firmed up. As of today, I think all the disclosure is current. We do have some outstanding disclosure, mostly forensic reports, as I mentioned. We will probably have a couple of expert reports as well in conjunction with that, but those won't be available until next year, early next year, January, February, I would say. Other than that, I think all disclosure is current. Thank you.
So you said experts, plural. I know in chambers we talked about Mr. Bevel.
Right. When I say experts, I'm talking about criminalists, so the forensics on the gun, forensics on DNA, those experts as well. But, of course, as you know, those will be available when we need them. Mr. Bevel is the one that I'm worried about, and so I think January, February is a realistic time frame to get his report once we get all the disclosure over to him, for him to do reconstruction.
Are you planning on calling anyone else as an expert?
As far as experts, no. Not at this time.
Okay. So I'll get a pared-down witness list by mid-January?
That's correct, Judge. And let me just look at you said the 21st?
21st. I can do it any time that day. You know, why don't we set it just because of the winter? And, counsel, if you want to appear telephonically, you can. Try and make that available, especially to Phoenix Council, especially during the middle of the winters that we have up here. But if we want to move it, I've got all day. So if we wanted to set it, close to the afternoon, sometimes the weather gets better the later the day goes on. If you want to do it that time.
And Judge, I'm just looking at my calendar. I'll be in a murder case and trial at that time as well. If we could do it earlier, because we'll be starting at 9 a.m. If we could do it like an 8:30 CMC, I don't know if that works, if the counsel's calling in. Otherwise, both Brian and I will be in trial at that time.
How long? How long is that case?
That'll be the second week of trial. Potentially we could be done by then, but I don't think we will be. So I just want to make sure that one of us will be available for that.
Mr. McCowan, Mr. Davidson, what are you looking like on your calendars for that day?
Your Honor, the 21st is available, but the following week is available for us too, if that helps with their potential conflict. I do like Your Honor's idea to do this in the afternoon rather than the morning for our travel purposes.
All right. Hey, Carrie, would you bring the calendar in, please? So the 21st is going to be a difficult one. We could do we're in trial. What is that? Who is it that we have trial? Oh, Mr. Lyons? Oh. Well, Mr. Barker, I was going to move it to the next week, but apparently you and I are going to be spending some time in trial ourselves.
That's what I was going to say, Judge. We'll be in another trial. So you go a little later, or if we could
Later
do it
on the 21st?
right? Or if we could do it, 8:30 in the morning, or 8:15. And I could step in here before I go into trial.
It's just a one-week trial. I'll give you February 2nd. Does that work for defense counsel?
That works for us. Well, it
February.
works for me anyway.
Trial is scheduled to commence on the 27th of January, which I'm sure will have followed.
I'm sorry, Mr. Davison, you said you might be available the week after.
No, Your Honor, I apologize. That the trial commencing on the 27th could run 1 to 2 weeks. Your Honor, I could do the 21st. Actually, a morning setting will work better for me. I have some commitments that afternoon.
Well, I would prefer to go to the 21st because I really want to make sure that we get this pared down list taken care of, because it's really, I think, turning out to be kind of one of the keystones of setting a realistic trial date and knowing where we're going to go on this case.
Judge, the 21st works for us as long as we can do it before 9 o'clock that morning.
All right, we'll do it at 8:15.
Thank you.
And Mr. McCown, will your client be waiving time to that day?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. McCown, let me turn to you.
Your Honor, as we discussed, we're anticipating the rest of the discovery from the state sometime in January, February is the latest. We obviously are looking forward to the rest of that discovery and to this pared down list. We agree that hopefully by that time we'll be able to pick a realistic trial date for this case. I don't think there's anything else that we have at this point.
Okay.
Judge, if I could just clarify one thing. I just want to make sure the defense has everything that we have. I invite them to come over to our office, make sure that their list is what we have disclosed, and that they have all that. And if they need any media, that we can get that to them. When counsel says there's some other disclosure, I just want to be clear. All we're anticipating are some forensic reports and some expert reports. So other than that, I think everything has been disclosed.
Okay. Mr. Barker, any issues from your perspective
None,
at this
Judge.
point?
Thank you.
Mr. McCown, other than making sure your disclosure is complete, any issues at this point?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Davidson?
Your Honor, the only thing I would add is we briefly discussed in chambers the defense is going to be requesting an additional extension for the deadline by which a challenge to the grand jury proceedings may be filed. We will follow up with a written motion.
Okay. Your the pretrial memorandum on here indicated that negotiations would conclude on or before February 26th of 2016. Is that a realistic date?
It is for the state, Judge.
Do you know yet, Mr. McCown?
Provided all discovery really is done by then, that should be realistic.
Okay.
I don't know why negotiations ever have to end, but if they do, that obviously we want that after all discovery is done.
Well, I tend to agree with you, but
Well, Judge, if I could address that.
sure.
As I mentioned in the pretrial memo, absent unforeseeable circumstances, I mean, there may be a possibility we can negotiate something out of this case. The state's posture at this time is not to make any plea offer. So we're open to any suggestions, any proposals by the defense, and we'll listen to them. But we're not making any offer in this case. So I think that was made clear at another hearing, and counsel is aware of that as well.
I think that's clear. Do you have the authority to negotiate?
Always.
You do.
Sure.
All right. Then at the point in time when the parties believe that negotiations in good faith could commence, should this go to Judge Coker for a settlement conference?
I think it may be premature at this point to address that until we have all the discovery and make a more thorough evaluation of the case. I think it's premature for us to assess whether that's...
Yeah, and I understand your position, Mr. Davidson. The problem is that if it goes to a settlement conference, and that pretty much can be accomplished at any point in time, if it has to go to a panel, then there are certain steps that have to be accomplished beforehand, including the presentation of a letter, mitigation evidence, so on and so forth. So I kind of want to get a handle on whether or not this goes by way of a panel or this goes by way of a settlement conference, if negotiations are going to occur.
Judge, it would be by way of a panel, and I can explain what that means to the defense because I don't think they're familiar with the process up here.
All right.
The other thing, obviously, is we'll want to talk to all the victims in the case before we negotiate anything.
I understand, but you gave the date.
Right.
You folks gave the date, February 26th. I want to know if that's realistic.
It's realistic for the state, certainly.
All right. But the defense may need some other time. What I need to make sure then is, are you going to be willing to extend that date?
I'd be willing to extend the date. The problem is, Judge, I don't want to be negotiating this all the way up until trial. If we have a firm trial date, I want that to be a firm trial date, understanding that there's no more...
All right, guys, we're going to be
that
cutting
we're going
out
to
of
trial.
this, actually. So
So that's why I wanted to be...
this was a brief look at this, and we'll be able to bring you it again in full later today. In the meantime, I'm going to play this body cam video for you. Again, if you pay attention closely and listen to it, you can hear Stephen Jones asking for his mom. Obviously very emotional during the time of the arrest.
Hang on.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God, no!
Sir, what is your name?
What?
Where's your wallet?
It's in my backpack.
Can I grab it?
Yeah. Oh, please, officer, please. Oh my God, I want my mom. Oh my God, please.
Hang on, sir. Hang on.
Oh my God.
Is your name Stephen?
Yes, sir. Please,
Stephen, do you have any weapons on you?
No,
Stand up for me.
I can't.
Roll over. Stand up. Spread your feet. Spread your feet more. I need to enter code 3, Mountain View Service Drive, from Franklin.
Oh my God, please help me. I'm so scared. I can't. I can't.
Have a seat.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Have a seat.
I can't be
Have a
alone,
seat.
please.
Have a seat.
All right, guys, going to replay this body cam footage one more time.
Oh my God.
Hang on.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, no.
Sir, what is your name?
What?
Where's your wallet?
It's in my backpack.
Can I grab it?
Yeah. Oh, please, officer, please. Oh my God, I want my mom. Oh my God, please.
Hang on, sir. Hang on.
Oh my God.
Is your name Stephen?
Yes, sir. Please,
Stephen, do you have any weapons on you?
No,
Stand up for me.
I can't.
Roll over. Stand up. Spread your feet. Spread your feet more. I need to enter code 3, Mountain View Service Drive, from Franklin.
Oh my God, please help me. I'm so scared. I can't. I can't.
Have a seat.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Have a seat.
I can't be
Have a
alone,
seat.
please.
Have a seat.
Obviously really emotional. In the upper right-hand corner of the screen, we were looking at the courtroom, a live picture. I believe we just saw a shot of Stephen Jones's mother there sitting in the courtroom, obviously very, very emotional. All right, guys. Give you one more look at that. That is Stephen Jones's mother leaving the courtroom. Very, very emotional, like I said.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Audio check 1, 2, 3,
All right,
4,
guys.
5, 6,
The
7, 8, 9,
alleged
10.
NAU shooter has now left court. We are now live in D.C. We are awaiting the President of France as well as the President of the United States, President Obama. They are holding a news conference momentarily. Obviously, this is of utmost importance. I believe it's the first time Obama and the President of France have held a press conference like this since the attacks that happened in Paris.
All right. A normal mic check like this. Normal mic check.
Hey, Olivier, that's too long, okay? Chop it down. No. You're just excited to be translated back into French, I know. Are you going to do your question in French? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You're worse than Kerry, man. You'll seize any... I mean, this is the right answer. I understand.
I at least have a French citizen.
Say again?
I at least have a French citizen.
Yeah, all right. That's true. And you've abstained from windsurfing, so you have every right to do this.
That's true, I have.
I am in the East Room, and I hear you, yes. Yes, where the big news conference is going to happen. But what materially is going to be better about your experience by virtue of doing that? That's a good question.
POTUS podium check. POTUS podium check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. POTUS podium check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good.
Silent cell phones. Okay.
And just reminded to please everyone silence their cell phones at this point, please. Podium check, 1, 2. Podium check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the French podium. 1, 2, 3.
English interpretation, English interpretation, English interpretation. Audio test, mic test, 1, 2, 3, 4. English only, English interpretation.
Audio check 1 2. Audio check 1 2 3 4 5. Audio check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Audio check 1 2. Audio check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Ladies and gentlemen, audio check 1 2. Audio check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Audio check 1 2. Audio check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Ladies and gentlemen, audio check 1 2. Audio check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Audio check 1 2. Audio check 1 2 3 4 5.
Once the press conference, guys, can I have your attention? Once the press conference is over, we have to immediately break down because they have to set up for the Medal of Honor. So for live hits, you have to wrap up and leave. So we don't have time to do a live hit later in the program. Okay? Okay. So just the high points. Okay? It's going to be a quick breakdown.
Audio check 1 2. Audio check. Audio check 1 2. Audio check testing 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 1 2.
One, two. POTUS podium check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. POTUS podium check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10.
More French.
POTUS podium check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Audio check 1 2. Audio check 1 2 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, quick reminder, please silence all cell phones and mobile devices. Thank you.
Podium check 1 2. Podium check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Podium check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Podium check 1 2. Podium check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Good.
I'm going to give Jeff this.
Hey, grab the 2 question mics real quick, Luke. Grab the 2 question mics real quick, do a quick test.
One two 1 2 1 2 1 2. Audio check 1 2 1 2 1. Audio check 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5. Audio check 1 2. 1 2 1 2 1 2. One two one two one two. Audio check 1 2 3 4 5. Audio check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Audio check 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 3. That sounds good. Slight ring. 1 2 1 2. All right. You can have.
Reminder to please turn off all camera monitors. Please turn off all external camera monitors.
Hello, good morning. This is the English channel. Testing the English channel, French into English. Thank you.
All right, guys. Once again, we are waiting for the President of the United States and the President of France to hold their news conference. Again, that news conference was scheduled for 9:30, so it appears that they are running a few minutes late. As of right now, 21 minutes late. But again, this is a big deal as the French president makes his first trip to the U.S. following the unfortunate attacks that occurred in Paris. Obviously, terrorism and ISIS, also known as Daesh, will be a topic of discussion during this news conference. Again, we are bringing to you this news conference live from Washington, D.C. Stay tuned, guys. More news now just ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States and the President of the French Republic.
Please be seated. President Hollande, it has been an honor to welcome you to the White House before in happier times than this. But as Americans, we stand by our friends in good times and in bad, no matter what. So on behalf of the American people, I want to once again express our deepest condolences to you and all of the people of France for the heinous attacks that took place in Paris. We're here today to declare that the United States and France stand united in total solidarity to deliver justice to these terrorists and those who sent them, and to defend our nations. In that spirit, with heavy but strong hearts, I welcome you here today. Francois, with your understanding, my statement today will be a little longer than usual. I've been traveling, and this is an important moment for our nations and for the world. This barbaric terrorist group, ISIL or Daesh, and its murderous ideology pose a serious threat to all of us. It cannot be tolerated, it must be destroyed, and we must do it together. This is the unity of purpose that brings us here today. On your visit here last year, you said that the French love America. Well, we love the French. Sometimes we Americans are too shy to say so, but we're not feeling shy today. We Americans love France because we dedicate ourselves to the same ideals, that all people deserve life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. France is our oldest ally. You helped us win our independence. We helped liberate France from fascism. We owe our freedom to each other. We love France for your spirit and your culture, your joie de vivre. Since the attacks, Americans have recalled their own visits to Paris, visiting the Eiffel Tower or walking along the Seine. We know these places. They're part of our memories, woven into the fabric of our lives and our culture. I am very grateful to the French people for the hospitality they've always shown me. And when they welcomed Michelle and our daughters on their first visit to the City of Lights. By my bed in the residence is a picture of me and Michelle in Luxembourg Gardens, kissing. Those are the memories we have of Paris. As early on, I had no gray hair. So when tragedy struck that evening, our hearts broke too. In that stadium and concert hall, in those restaurants and cafes, we see our own. In the faces of the French people, we see ourselves. And that's why so many Americans have embraced the blue, white, and red. And that's why Americans at candlelight vigils have joined together to sing the Marseillaise. We've never forgotten how the French people stood with us after 9/11, and today we stand with you. Nous sommes tous Français. It's been noted that the terrorists did not direct their attacks against the French government or military. Rather, they focused their violence on the very spirit of France, and by extension, on all liberal democracies. This was an attack on our free and open societies, where people come together to celebrate and sing and compete, and targeting venues where people come together from around the world, killing citizens of nearly 20 countries, including America. This was an attack on the very idea that people of different races and religions and backgrounds can live together in peace. In short, this was not only a strike against one of the world's great cities, it was an attack against the world itself. It's the same madness that has slaughtered the innocent from Nigeria to the Sinai, from Lebanon to Iraq. It is a scourge that threatens all of us. And that's why, for more than a year, the United States, France, and our coalition of some 65 nations have been united in one mission: to destroy these ISIL terrorists and defeat their vile ideology. Today, President Hollande and I reviewed our coalition's progress. More than 8,000 airstrikes, combined with local partners on the ground, have pushed ISIL back from territory in both Iraq and Syria. Today, President Hollande and I agreed that our nations must do even more together. U.S. assistance has supported recent French strikes in Syria, and we're going to keep stepping up that coordination. And as we saw with the attack in Mali, the terrorist threat goes beyond ISIL. This week, I'll sign legislation to sustain our support, including airlift and intelligence, to allies like France as we work together to root out terrorist networks in Africa. We'll do even more to prevent attacks at home. Building on our recent intelligence agreement, the United States will continue to quickly share threat information with France. And in the wake of Paris and with the threats in Belgium, there's also a growing recognition among European nations that they need to ramp up additional efforts to prevent the flow of foreign terrorist fighters. As part of that, I'm calling on the European Union to finally implement the agreement that's been long in the works that would require airlines to share passenger information so we can do more to stop foreign terrorist fighters from entering our countries undetected. And I'm prepared to send teams of our experts to work on this with our European partners to make sure we're redoubling our efforts together. Regarding the broader crisis in Syria, President Hollande and I agreed that Russia's strikes against the moderate opposition only bolster the Assad regime, whose brutality has helped to fuel the rise of ISIL. We agree that Russia could play a more constructive role if it were to shift the focus of its strike to defeating ISIL And likewise, President Hollande and I agreed that the best way to bring peace to Syria is through the principles reaffirmed in Vienna, which require active Russian support for a ceasefire and a political transition away from Assad to a democratically elected government that can unite the Syrian people against terrorism. Finally, Francois and I understand that one of our greatest weapons in the fight against ISIL is the strength and resilience of our people. And here I want to speak directly to the American people. What happened in Paris is truly horrific. I understand that people worry that something similar could happen here. I want you to know that we will continue to do everything in our power to defend our nation. Since 9/11, we've taken extraordinary measures to strengthen our homeland security. Our counterterrorism, homeland security, and law enforcement professionals, federal, state, and local, they are tireless. They have prevented attacks, and they have saved lives. They are working every hour, every day for our security. They did so before Paris, they do so now, and they will not stop. They're the best in the world. But it's not just our security professionals who will defeat ISIL and other terrorist groups. As Americans, we all have a role to play in how we respond to threats. Groups like ISIL cannot defeat us on the battlefield, so they try to terrorize us at home, against soft targets, against civilians, against innocent people. Even as we're vigilant, we cannot and we will not succumb to fear. Nor can we allow fear to divide us, for that's how terrorists win. We cannot give them the victory of changing how we go about living our lives. The good news is Americans are resilient. We mourned the lives lost at Fort Hood, the Boston Marathon, at Chattanooga, but we did not waver. Our communities have come together. We've gone to ball games, and we've gone to concerts, and we've gone shopping, and men and women who want to serve our country continue to go to military recruiting offices. We're vigilant, we take precautions, but we go about our business. To those who want to harm us, our actions have shown that we have too much resolve and too much character. Americans will not be terrorized. I say all this because another part of being vigilant, another part of defeating terrorists like ISIL, is upholding the rights and freedoms that define our two great republics. That includes freedom of religion. That includes equality before the law. There have been times in our history, in moments of fear, when we have failed to uphold our highest ideals, and it has been to our lasting regret. We must uphold our ideals now. Each of us, all of us, must show that America is strengthened by people of every faith and every background. And related to this, I want to note that under President Hollande, France plans to welcome 30,000 additional Syrian refugees over the next 2 years. Here in the United States, refugees coming to America go through up to 2 years of intense security checks, including biometric screening. Nobody who sets foot in America goes through more screening than refugees. And we're prepared to share these tools with France and our European partners. As Francois has said, our humanitarian duty to help desperate refugees and our duty to our security, those duties go hand in hand. On the Statue of Liberty, a gift from the people of France, there are words we know so well. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses, yearning to be free. That's the spirit that makes us American. That's the spirit that binds us to France. That's the spirit we need today. In closing, I want to salute the people of Paris for showing the world how to stay strong in the face of terrorism. Even as they grieve, Parisians have begun returning to their cafes, riding the metro, going to stadiums to cheer for their teams. Crowds gathered in the Place de la République, including a mother who brought her children. She said, to let them see that we should not be afraid. As one Parisian said, Paris will always be Paris. And next week, I will be joining President Hollande and world leaders in Paris for the Global Climate Conference. What a powerful rebuke to the terrorists it will be when the world stands as one and shows that we will not be deterred from building a better future for our children. So, President Hollande, my fellow Americans, let's remember we faced greater threats to our way of life before. Fascism, communism, a First World War, the Second, a long Cold War. Each and every time we prevailed. We have prevailed because our way of life is stronger, because we stay united. Because even as we are relentless in the face of evil, we draw on what's best in ourselves and in the character of our countries. It will be no different this time. Make no mistake, we will win, and groups like ISIL will lose. And standing with allies like France, we will continue to show the world the best of American leadership. Vive la France, and God bless the United States of America. Mr. President.
Mesdames, Messieurs,
Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me, first and foremost, to thank the President of the United States, Barack Obama, for the solidarity he has shown immediately as we found out about the terror attacks. He was the first one to call me. It was very late in France, 2 a.m., when Barack called. The President of the United States had already expressed his solidarity towards France, his emotion, his compassion against the horror. And on that night, he meant to tell me that the United States stood by France, that the help that could be provided to France would have no limit, and that we had a duty, a joint duty, to pull our forces together and fight terrorism. I do not forget either all of the messages that the American people sent to the French people over the past few days. The French colors, the French flags, all around, in many gatherings, these candles in places that represent France, here in the United States. The Marseillaise, our national anthems, sung in official ceremonies. It is true that 9/11, we all felt Americans. But after the 13th of November, Americans felt French. Our two peoples, together, merged as one, sharing the same emotion and also the same willingness to fight for freedom, to stand for our values. We are not two similar peoples. We each have our own history. We have our own culture, our own background, but we share the same trust, the same faith in freedom. It is France that came under attack on the 13th of November. France, for what it is, a country which we consider unique in the world because France speaks to the world. France came under attack for what it represents, for what it stands for its culture, our way of living, as well as our values, our principles. But by targeting France, the terrorists, the cowardly murderers, were targeting the world. In these restaurants, in these cafes, as well as the Bataclan, that concert venue, there were men and women, most of them young, who came from 20 countries, at least. And they shared the same passion for life, and that's the reason why they were murdered. My thoughts are with the friends and family of a young American student, Nohemi Gonzalez, who came as well to share a moment of culture and joy. My thoughts also go to this American band that was playing at the Bataclan. Our cultures on that occasion were together to bring the same enthusiasm, and they were hit by terrorists. We are facing a terror group which organizes itself on a territory. They have some substantial resources. They are striving on smuggling of oil, drug, human beings. And since the beginning of the year, they hit many countries: Denmark, Tunisia, Lebanon, Kuwait, Turkey, Egypt, as well as Russia, by taking down a Russian plane. So together with President Obama, today we wanted, on the occasion of that meeting, first of all to share our determination, relentless determination to fight terrorism everywhere and anywhere. We also meant to tell the world that we will not allow those who want to destroy what we've built. We will not allow them to do it, to destroy what we've built generation after generation. They will not be able to damage the world. And against Daesh, we need a joint response, an implacable joint response. France and the United States stand together to bring that joint response. Militarily, it is about destroying Daesh, no matter where they are. It is about taking out their financing, hunting down their leaders, dismantling their networks, and taking back the land they currently control. We therefore decided, President Obama and myself, to scale up our strikes both in Syria and in Iraq, to broaden their scope, to strengthen our intelligence sharing regarding the targets we must aim at. The priority is to take back key locations in the hands of Daesh in Syria. It is also a matter of urgency to close the border between Turkey and Syria and prevent terrorists from crossing the border and coming to Europe or other places and undertake such terrible attacks. We also took the decision to work together with our partners of the coalition in Iraq and to support all of those who are fighting Daesh on the ground. The aim is to make sure that these forces can be supported, helped by all the countries that are willing to act militarily to destroy Daesh. The resolution of the Security Council that was voted unanimously Friday, after being introduced by France and supported by the United States, this resolution provides us with the clear basis to act. This is what France is currently doing. Our aircraft carrier, the Charles de Gaulle, is currently in the east of the Mediterranean and allows us to enjoy more capability. Yesterday, for the sixth time after the terror attacks in Paris, we struck Raqqa. In addition, we've been providing some assistance to Iraqi fighters in the region of Ramadi and in Mosul within the framework of the coalition. Now, diplomatically, both President Obama and myself have strengthened our cooperation as early as the night after the attacks, and I would like to commend everything that is being done so that intelligence and information available can be used to tackle terrorists and to follow their movements, so that we prevent from doing what they want to do. Because beyond Syria and Iraq, what they want is somehow to spread fear everywhere, so that we doubt, so that we make decisions which are exactly contrary to what we want in terms of freedom and rights. But we will not give in. That being said, we have to defend ourselves and use intelligence. Diplomatically, we're working on a credible political transition in Syria within the framework of the Vienna process, and I commend the work done by Ministers Fabius and Kerry to agree a timeline that will enable a ceasefire, of course, as quickly as possible, and to open up to a process that will lead to Bashar al-Assad's departure. Because we cannot imagine the Syrians getting together, gathering around the leader who is responsible for the most of 300,000 deaths in a few years. So a government of unity is required, but that must lead to Assad's departure. The Syrian crisis is directly relevant to Europe, first of all, given the terrorist threat, but also because there are millions of refugees fleeing the regime's bombs and Daesh atrocities. If we were to abandon them, we would betray what we are. This is the reason why I reject identifying migration and terrorism. At the same time, we must control the borders. Today, people are risking their lives to flee when they travel at sea between Turkey and Greece. Turkey, therefore, plays an important role, and it is together with Turkey that we must find solutions so that the refugees can stay close to their country of origin. And we need to make sure that the required controls, the checks, are implemented at the border. On Thursday, I will be traveling to Moscow to meet with Vladimir Putin, and I will tell him that France can work together with Russia if Russia concentrates its military action on Daesh against ISIL, and if Russia fully commits to a political solution in Syria. This is what we want to do. We want to gather all countries, all those who are willing to find and to implement a political solution in Syria. We do not want to exclude anyone, but we want to make sure that this political solution can eradicate terrorism. Lastly, next week, that is on Monday, we will be hosting in Paris the climate conference. I certainly could not imagine that this conference would be taking place against such a background. At the same time, I think there cannot be any better symbol or response but to hold the conference in Paris, where the attacks took place, where we took the right measures in terms of security, protections, as well as in defending our values. There is no greater symbol than holding this conference on climate in Paris, with some 150 heads of state and government. Never before did France host so many leaders of the international community. they're coming to sort out the climate challenge and again to work and to find the right agreement so that we can limit greenhouse gases emissions and make sure that our children and our grandchildren live better or simply can live. But they are also coming to express their support to freedom, to the fight against extremism, that radical Islam which is becoming dangerous. Yes, all of them are coming, no matter their background, no matter their religion, their convictions, to express the same principle, the same values, with the same word, life. Yes, simply life. And this is the reason why I'm very pleased that President Obama will allow us to succeed. I commend his recent statements over the past few weeks and months, but I also commend the commitments he's made in the name of the United States as well as in the name of the world. It was very important that one of the most powerful countries in the world, if not the most powerful and therefore with the highest level of emissions, could also be there to face the future like we've been facing history. What we will be doing early next week in Paris means that we can continue to live as well as protect our lives and prepare that of our children. France and the United States, given their history and the values, the founding values of both our nations, given our spirits, we both have that duty to act as a matter of urgently against terrorism and against Daesh, and at the same time to prepare for the future. Against that background, even though it is a very dire one, I'm pleased to be with Barack Obama to send across that message to the entire world. Thank you.
We've got time for a few questions. I'm going to start with Roberta Rampton of Reuters.
Thank you. This is a question for both of you. First, what is your reaction to Turkey shooting down a Russian plane today? And does this draw NATO into a confrontation with Russia? How do you keep this from spiraling out of control? And President Obama, what does this incident mean for future prospects of military coordination, more military coordination with Russia? President Hollande, ahead of your trip to Moscow on Thursday, what are the prospects for closer military coordination with Russia, given what happened today?
Well, first of all, we're still getting the details of what happened, and I expect to be in communications potentially directly with President Erdogan sometime over the next several days. Turkey, like every country, has a right to defend its territory and its airspace. I think it's very important right now for us to make sure that both the Russians and the Turks are talking to each other, find out exactly what happened, and take measures to discourage any kind of escalation. I do think that this points to an ongoing problem with the Russian operations, in the sense that they are operating very close to a Turkish border, and they are going after moderate opposition that are supported by not only Turkey, but a wide range of countries. And if Russia is directing its energies towards Daesh and ISIL, some of those conflicts or potentials for mistakes or escalation are less likely to occur. I also think this underscores the importance of us making sure that we move this political track forward as quickly as possible. Like President Hollande, our view from the start has been that Russia is welcome to be part of this broad-based coalition that we've set up. There's never been a point in time in which we said that we don't want Russia or other countries that may have differences with us on a whole host of other things to avoid working with us against ISIL. The challenge has been Russia's focus on propping up Assad rather than focusing on ISIL. I had a conversation with President Putin in Turkey, and I indicated to him at the time that to the extent that they make that strategic shift, focus on the Vienna process where they have been constructive to try to bring all the parties together, try to execute a political transition that all parties would agree to, and refocus attention on going after ISIL, then there's enormous capacity for us to cooperate. Until that happens, it's very difficult. It's difficult because if their priority is attacking the moderate opposition that might be future members of an inclusive Syrian government, Russia's not going to get the support of us or a range of other members of the coalition. But I do think that there is the possibility of cooperation. The sooner we agree to this political process, the less likely that you have the kinds of events that took place apparently today.
Oui, cet événement qui
The event that took place is a serious one, and we can only regret it. Turkey is currently providing all of the information to NATO so that we can find out what truly happened and whether Turkey's airspace indeed was entered into. But we must prevent an escalation. That would be extremely damageable. The only purpose is to fight against terrorism and Daesh. This is what we must do, all of us. We, Turkey, Russia. And what just took place, like Barak said, means that we must find a solution to the Syrian crisis, because we can see what the risks are otherwise, the risks of escalation. I therefore will be traveling to Russia this week because we have this resolution of the Security Council, and it does show that we must take action against Daesh, against terrorism. That resolution has been voted unanimously in a way that was the broadest possible coalition. Then I will ask President Putin, as I've done before, what I told the Russians a number of times already, that the strikes must be against Daesh, against terrorism, and those who precisely are threatening us. They're threatening the Russians, like ourselves in Europe, like France, that was targeted over the past few days. We must therefore coordinate ourselves, cooperate, but on that basis, and make sure that we're all acting against Daesh and that we are part of a political process, one that must lead to the solution. And we all know what the parameters of the solution are or are not. We know that there is a deadlock today. Lastly, I mentioned the Charles de Gaulle aircraft carrier, which is in the east of the Mediterranean. Now, as a matter of fact, there are also some Russian forces. And I therefore agreed with President Putin that we must share our intelligence so that we can act in coordination. We must not contradict ourselves. And it's already the case, and we will continue to do so.
Monsieur le Président, bonjour, Laurence Haïm, Canal Plus Télé. Monsieur le Président, les Américains ont des...
Mr. President, The Americans have some special forces in Syria. Beyond the words and beyond what is happening, are you going to send some special forces as well to Syria? Are you considering some ground intervention there? Mr. President, beyond the emotion that we can feel here, beyond these beautiful statements, for more than a year we've heard all of you saying that Assad must go, that a political transition is necessary in Syria. Mr. President, can you today here in front of us tell us a specific date, a deadline for Assad to go?
Translate in English if needed.
No, I had the translation. I just, you said president.
Good.
We got two presidents here. Okay.
La date.
I will not provide you with a date because it must be as soon as possible. That is one of the requirements for a solution to be found. But at the same time, allow me to underline something. There is a new mindset now. The crisis in Syria has been ongoing for 4 years. 4 years. There are probably more than 300,000 dead. And this is not just relevant to the countries of the region which are hosting the refugees. It is relevant to Europe and the entire world now with that issue of refugees. And those who believe that we could wait some more and that in any case it was far away, they now realize that we have an influx of refugees, that the risk is everywhere due to Daesh. We therefore must act. You also asked me what we were going to do. What more? We will intensify the strikes. We will have some more specific target to make sure that Daesh resources, their means, are cut off, including their command centers, the trucks carrying oil, their training centers where they prepare terror attacks. We will continue and we will intensify our strikes at the heart of the cities which are currently in the hands of Daesh. France will not intervene militarily on the ground. It is for the local forces to do so. We've been supporting them for a number of months. We will continue to do so, and they will do the job on the ground after our strikes that will enable them to do so. But France will take its responsibilities regarding that support, which is absolutely necessary.
Let me just make a couple of broader comments about the operations against ISIL. As was already indicated, we've taken thousands of strikes, taken thousands of ISIL fighters, including top commanders and leaders, off the battlefield. We have squeezed their supply lines. We have empowered and armed local groups that are pushing against them, including most recently in Sinjar. We're providing training and assistance to the Iraqi government as they prepare to retake places like Ramadi that had been overrun. We've seen some success, but the question now is how can we accelerate it? And in fact, even before the tragedy in Paris, I had gathered together my national security forces. It had been a year to review where we had made progress, what worked, what did not, and had put together a plan to accelerate and advance the pressure that we can place on ISIL. And we intend to execute on those plans, but we also think, as Francois said, that there may be new openness on the part of other coalition members to help resource and provide additional assistance both to the coalition as a whole and to local forces on the ground. With respect to Mr. Assad, I think we've got to let the Vienna process play itself out. It is our best opportunity. And so, the notion that there would be an immediate date in advance of us getting a broad agreement on that political process and the details, I think, doesn't make sense. As soon as we have a framework for political transition, potentially a new constitution, elections, I think it's in that context that we can start looking at Mr. Assad choosing not to run and potentially seeing a new Syria emerge. But it's going to be hard, and we should not be under any illusions. Syria has broken down. It began to break down the moment that Mr. Assad started killing indiscriminately his own people. ISIL was able to move into Raqqa in part because of a thorough rejection on the part of many Syrians of the Assad regime, and a power vacuum emerged. And it is going to be a difficult, long, methodical process to bring back together various factions within Syria to maintain a Syrian state and institutions and to create the kind of stability that allows people to start coming back in and rebuilding their lives. But it's possible. And the urgency that we've seen even before Paris out of countries like Russia indicate that they recognize they can't be there too long and ultimately win a military battle successfully. Olivier Knox, Yahoo News.
Thank you, Mr. President. Monsieur le Président, bonjour et merci. Mr. President, could you tell us whether the Russian plane did in fact breach Turkish airspace? And given the fury of the Russian response on economic, diplomatic, and rhetorical fronts, how concerned are you that there might also be a military component, if not in Turkey, then perhaps with expanded action against coalition interests inside Syria? Et à vous, Monsieur le Président, les mesures que vous avez...
And Mr. President, regarding the measures you've announced today when it comes to strengthening the cooperation on military intelligence and others, had they been taken a month or weeks ago, do you think they would have prevented terror attacks that took place in Paris, or will enable us to prevent some further terror attacks?
We don't have all the information yet, so I don't want to comment on the specifics. We will be gathering all that information. We expect the Turks to provide information. I'm sure the Russians will have some information, and we'll be able to confirm what happened in part through our own intelligence and our own tracking of that border area. As Francois indicated, my top priority is going to be to ensure that this does not escalate. And hopefully this is a moment in which all parties can step back and make a determination as to how their interests are best served. The Russians had several hundred people of their own killed by ISIL. And the flow of foreign fighters out of Russian areas into Syria poses an enormous long-term threat to Russian territory. So there is a potential convergence of interests between the various parties. It requires us working with them to make the kind of strategic shift that's necessary, and that frankly I've talked to Putin about for 5 years now. It requires a recognition that the existing structure cannot gain the legitimacy to stop the war, and until you stop the war, you're going to have a vacuum in which these kinds of terrorist organizations can operate more effectively. Let me say one last thing, because I tracked the question that you posed to President Hollande about what could or could not have been prevented. All of our intelligence personnel here in the United States, across the Atlantic, work tirelessly, as I said earlier, to disrupt plots and prevent terrorist attacks. The vast majority of their successes in disrupting plots are not advertised. You never hear about them. But were it not for the dedication of those intelligence and law enforcement and military professionals, this would be a much more dangerous world. So you have to be careful about speculating about what if and coulda and woulda in a situation like this, because it's hard. You have 8 individuals with light weapons. That's hard. That's a hard thing to track. What is true, though, is that we can do a better job, I think, coordinating between countries. And I've been talking to our European partners for quite some time now about the need for better intelligence sharing, passenger name records, working to ensure that when people enter into Europe, particularly now, that the information across various borders is shared on a timely basis, and you have biometric information and other technologies that can make it more accurate. It doesn't mean it's always going to be 100% foolproof, but we can do better on those fronts. And one of the challenges has been, frankly, in the past several years, that you have different legal traditions, concerns about privacy and civil liberties, all of which are entirely legitimate. I don't think those can be ignored now, because that's part of those are part of the values that make us who we are and that we have to adhere to. But I do think that this is a reminder that this is a dangerous world, and rooting out small bands of terrorist groups who maintain good operational security and are using modern technologies in ways that are hard to track, that's a tough job. And we're all going to have to pool our resources much more effectively together than we have in the past. And I think when Francois goes back to Europe, his leadership, the leadership of other presidents and prime ministers around this issue is going to be as important as anything that we do.
Allow me to go back to what Daesh truly is. It is somehow an organization, a terrorist group, occupying a territory in Iraq and Syria, killing, and they want to install rules that dishonor humanity. This is what Daesh is doing there. And this is what they're trying to do in other countries, everywhere chaos stands. And then we have to deal with the number of networks, more or less organized in a number of countries, that are being used to lead terror attacks, like was the case precisely in Paris. We know that this dreadful plan was prepared in Syria and then organized in a number of countries. And there are also some accomplices in France, given that some of the terrorists are French, those who committed these acts of war. So if we want to tackle terrorism, we must act not only to destroy Daesh where they are, in Syria, in Iraq, but we must also dismantle and destroy these networks. How can we proceed? Well, first of all, militarily, by intensifying our strikes, by taking back these territories, thanks to the local forces on the ground, which we can support by finding a political solution in Syria, by making sure that the territorial integrity of Iraq is restored. This is what we can do. Then, when it comes to protection measures to protect our territory and our people, this is what I announced in France, and this is what we have to do to eradicate these networks and all of these accomplices and those who are present. Some of them just arrived. Others have been there for a long time, and they are not necessarily identified as a threat. It is therefore necessary that we strengthen yet further our cooperation in terms of intelligence. The Paris attacks generated a lot of emotion, but that's not enough. Compassion, solidarity, and I take note of it, but we must act. And for a number of days now, I've been trying to convincing all the countries that can act to do so. I met with David Cameron yesterday. He announced that he would take a number of measures to his parliament. That is important. Today I'm here with Barack so that we can act with greater intensity and coherence as well. Tomorrow I will be hosting German Chancellor Angela Merkel so that European countries, including Germany, can face up to their responsibilities, including in terms of military intelligence and police cooperation, and maybe more. I will also travel to Moscow so that Russia can take action against Daesh and only against Daesh. And then I will receive Matteo Renzi, the head of the Italian government. I will also have an opportunity to talk to all of the European leaders, given that a European Council together with Turkey will be held on Sunday. So it is all of that that must get together and enable us to implement coordination, cooperation in all actions so that we can act on the source, Daesh, and the networks that they can use. It is that strength that will enable us to succeed. A question from BFM TV. Both of you today have talked about coordination, cooperation against Daesh. Does it mean that the single coalition, which you mentioned last week, President Hollande, is gone, that it is inconceivable to have the Russians and the Americans to work together under the single command? And then Bashar al-Assad, you said you could not put a date on his departure. Does it mean that his departure is not a prerequisite for the future of Syria? Regarding the coalition of the international community, I believe that the resolution approved by all at the Security Council enables us to say that now the entire world is committed to fighting against Daesh. Then, and this is what I will check when I travel to Moscow, we need one single goal, that is to tackle terrorism and fight against Daesh militarily, and I believe that we can have some further cooperation and coordination militarily to do more. At the same time, we have to be clear when it comes to the political solution, the one that will enable us to find an outcome for Syria. And in this respect, like we've said, and we can repeat it, Bashar al-Assad cannot be the future of Syria. In Vienna, we're already working with all of the countries, even though they do not have the same stance. Turkey, Iran, Gulf countries, the United States, France, and of course, all of those who are meant to find a solution. But we must work on that transition. A transition where Bashar al-Assad plays no role, because he's been the problem, so he cannot be the solution.
Quickly. We've got a coalition of 65 countries who've been active in pushing back against ISIL for quite some time. France has been a central part of that coalition, as have European countries, Arab countries, countries as far-flung as Australia and countries in Southeast Asia are part of that coalition. Russia right now is a coalition of two: Iran and Russia supporting Assad. Given Russia's military capabilities and given the influence they have on the Assad regime, them cooperating would be enormously helpful in bringing about resolution of the civil war in Syria and allow us all to refocus our attention on ISIL. But I think it's important to remember that you've got a global coalition organized. Russia's the outlier. We hope that they refocus their attention on what is the most substantial threat, and that they serve as a constructive partner. And if and when they do, it will make it easier for us to go after ISIL and Daesh. Although I think it's also important to recognize that the kinds of airstrikes that they're carrying out, just like the kinds of airstrikes that we're carrying out, in and of themselves are not sufficient. And the work that we do to bolster local fighting forces, the cutting off of supply lines, financing, oil, reducing the flow of foreign fighters, the intelligence work that needs to be done, all that is something that we are doing now and that they can supplement. But that's going to be a process that involves hard, methodical work. It's not going to be something that happens just because suddenly we take a few more airstrikes. And that's the kind of hard work that I know France is prepared to do, the United States is prepared to do, and perhaps in the future Russia will be as well. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody.
You don't need me on this box, do you?
All right, everybody, as you can see, that conference is over. There you get a live shot of the White House. How are we all doing, everybody? My name is Mike Paish, here with you until about 1 o'clock today. Let's get you caught up on some of the morning headlines that happened today.
There are killers behind bars, and we're also learning more about what happened. Here's one of the suspects, 20-year-old Michael Aston. His bond set at $1 million. He and a 17-year-old have been arrested. Now, Martin Ellison and Keaton Litke were shot to death at the Hayden Park Apartments. Police believe the roommates died in an apparent home invasion and robbery. In fact, Litke was alive long enough to tell police that somebody had burst into his apartment and shot him trying to pull off a home invasion. The 17-year-old also admitted that the two of them had robbed these same victims in October and went back to their apartment 2 weeks later hoping to rob them again. The teen told police that Aston got into a fight with the victims and shot them. Aston denied being involved, but he's facing 2 counts of second-degree murder. A robbery suspect recovering in the hospital after being shot by police in North Phoenix. Tense moments around this church. The standoff that was going on you can see right off the freeway. That's the Black Canyon Freeway. Police tell us that the guy tried to hide inside the Freeway Baptist Church. That's just off the 17 at Northern. He reportedly then shot at officers while he was hiding out in a stairwell. Police fired back, hitting him. The guy's lucky he survived, but he will be booked into jail when he's released from the hospital. No word on the various charges he'll face. In the border battle, Arizona's Governor Doug Ducey asked the legislature to authorize tens of millions of dollars for a new DPS unit. But think about this. It's all obviously as the result of the federal government not getting the job done. So apparently the state has to. The Border Strike Force would crack down on drugs and human smuggling at the border. While testifying in front of U.S. lawmakers at the state capitol yesterday, Ducey says the money would go to helicopters, planes, and other technology in an effort to really stop the flow, or at least attempt to, of human smuggling and drug smuggling going on to the border. The governor made his proposal at a hearing on heroin distribution. The administration has assured us the border's never been more secure, but a lot of drugs still seem to get across that border. On to a Fox follow-up now of this particular young man from Texas. His name, Ahmed Mohammed, the former Texas teen who brought that. Does that look like a clock to you? He brought this device to his school in a suitcase or in a briefcase, and his teacher looked at it and thought it was a bomb, or could have been. He said it was a clock. So his family has now filed a multi-million-dollar lawsuit against the city of Irvine, Texas, and the school district. They are hoping that the district and the city will write them out a check for $15 million. They also want a written apology. Ahmed's family claims that their son's civil rights were violated and he suffered mental anguish because of the ordeal. The family has since moved to the Middle East. Well, a wild turkey knows what time of year it is, so to avoid ending up on somebody's Thanksgiving table, he claims sanctuary. Take a look at these pictures. The turkey is peering in the door of St. Luke's United Methodist Church in Orlando, presuming, we think, that he's like, look, I got to get in there, I got to get safe, I got to get it sanctuary. Church employees were so amused, they took to Periscope to broadcast him walking around the property. Eventually, the bird left, and nobody knows where he might be right now.
It's probably somebody's dinner table. And then, of course, the president will be pardoning too. Don't they usually do two?
Do they do two?
Well, they bring two.
Yeah. Oh, they bring two.
I think one is a backup or something. I'm not
All right, so that was your top morning headlines. Hope everyone is having a great Tuesday. We're just a couple days away from Thanksgiving, and then Black Friday following that. But it really doesn't even matter about Black Friday anymore, does it really? I mean, most of the stores are now opening on Thanksgiving, which is a shame. I wish they wouldn't do that. But yeah, let the families be. Enjoy your time with your friends and your family. Then you could go out shopping on Black Friday. You don't have to do it on Thanksgiving and ruin some memories just because you want to go out and shop and get those deals. And are the deals really that great? I don't know. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. But what is doing pretty good right now is these holiday gas prices. I got a story on there for you. Let's take a look at this.
AAA says nearly 47 million Americans are hitting the road this Thanksgiving weekend. That's 300,000 more than last year. It's the highest number of people traveling 50 miles or more from home in 8 years. AAA says cheap gas prices are one reason more people are traveling. The research group Gas Buddy that tracks the price at the pump is projecting the national average for regular gasoline to fall below $2 a gallon by Thanksgiving. That will be the first time since 2009. That's more than 80 cents below where prices were this time last year.
That's a big drop overnight in a tall order. We're going to have to drop almost 6 cents a gallon overnight, but Gas Buddy's been pretty good in the past. They may be able to do it, and a lot of that's going to depend on California and Chicago, where prices are really keeping that national average high.
A national average below $2 a gallon also means serious savings for consumers. Gas Buddy says falling prices at the pump saved consumers $1.5 billion during a recent 5-day survey period. In fact, the number of states seeing average prices under $2 a gallon has tripled in recent weeks, rising to 19 states. For more on this and all your top business stories, check out Fox Business using the channel finder on foxbusiness.com. In New York, I'm Jo Ling-Kent.
I gotta love some of those prices. Today I saw out here in the valley about $1.95, $1.98 a gallon. Gotta love it, gotta love it. So it's great to see those prices going down. Could buy even more presents now. Take a look at that. All right, I do want to catch you up on that one story out in Indiana where that pastor's wife was killed earlier this month. They did arrest 2 people in connection to that brutal murder. Here's the latest.
Been looking weeks for 18-year-old Larry Taylor and 21-year-old Jalen Watson, both arrested and charged with the murder of Amanda Blackburn.
The detectives worked tirelessly without sleep, long hours. They put in a lot of time to make sure we bring justice.
Investigators say Taylor and Watson, along with this guy, Deanna Gordon, broke into Jacola Searbrooks' home on the northwest side.
That was their only convincing measurements to them for him not to take my life, is that I didn't wake up.
The 3 suspects allegedly took off with her car, a Chrysler Sebring, and then went on to the Blackburns neighborhood, hitting a home 2 doors down from the Blackburns. Court papers reveal the suspects drank beer and wine at the home, leaving behind their DNA. The 3 went to the Blackburn home because they supposedly, quote, wanted more money.
It started with the initial burglary, and evidence from that burglary led us to the subsequent burglaries and the homicide.
Investigators believe Taylor and Watson got in through an unlocked door. Gordon waited in the stolen Sebring. Watson later took off with Gordon and some of Amanda's debit cards. Then they came back to pick up Taylor. He told them she charged at him and he shot her somewhere in the upper body so he would not be scratched. He went on to say he leaned over her body, shot her in the back of the head, and watched her bleed. Her husband, Davey, came home from the gym to find Amanda in the living room.
I don't know what was in their spirit to cause them, to ask them, to spare my life, and I just hate that time frame that they had that wasn't there for the pastor's wife.
Detectives ended up tracking down that stolen Sebring. Inside, they found ATM receipts and things from other burglaries.
We're all in distrust.
All right there. Hard story there to talk about, but they were able to get those 2 suspects, so that is at least a little shining light there for that family that is definitely dealing with a tragedy there. The pastor's wife murdered. She was also pregnant, so very, very sad story there. Okay, let's move on a little bit, change it up. Got a story here on a woman out in Pennsylvania finding her kidney on Craigslist. Gotta love technology, right? This is a cool story. I think we got to switch it up.
I can't wait. I can't wait to get there and not to have dialysis.
After a year and a half of suffering through kidney failure, 32-year-old Nina Soraya of Atlantic County is getting a transplant from a stranger.
I told them I wanted to meet with them and tell them a story.
Glenn Calderbank, a contractor from South Jersey, connected with the Sorayas on Craigslist. He was looking for construction materials last summer when this popped up. An ad posted by Soraya's husband, Kay, asking for a kidney to save his wife's life.
And it hit home because I had put a similar ad in the newspaper once upon a time.
Calderbank says the kidney ad, accidentally misplaced under construction materials, had to be the work of his late wife, Jessica. She died of kidney failure in 2011.
I feel like she's been my angel, kind of showing me the way. And I know for sure she showed me their ad.
The Sorayas were stunned to find out, A, Calder Bank was a match, and B, he was willing to sign up for the surgery. Now they're at the hospital of the University of Pennsylvania preparing for next week's transplant.
I was very surprised first that there was really a person, stranger, who would do that for me, because there was nobody in my life who would do that for me, to save me.
Calder Bank is self-employed and will be out of work after next week. The Sorayas set up a GoFundMe account to help cover his expenses while he's recovering.
There was no way I could repay Glenn. There's no way I can thank him enough for what he's doing.
Calder Bank and the Sorayas are hoping this story sends a message.
Just want people to maybe find the courage. I hope someone, whether they know him or not, pass it on.
All right. And now another story here for you. A Texas mom is in some big trouble for giving kids drugs and alcohol at a party. Yep, drugs and alcohol at a party. Here we go.
And I just don't know what made her do that.
Penny McKenzie says her daughter-in-law, 32-year-old Mandy Wells, told her from the Parker County Jail she's sorry for what she did.
She just said, I'm not very proud of myself right now, Penny. And so I said, I know you're not. And I said, I don't even know what you were thinking, because that's just not her. It's not her.
Parker County investigators say the 32-year-old mother hosted a house party about 2 weeks ago where she gave beer and marijuana to at least 8 different juveniles, ages 12 to 14.
I mean, it's wrong. Whatever happened, it's wrong. I mean, you just don't do it to kids, and especially anybody else's.
Detectives with Parker County Sheriff's Special Crimes Unit say Wells first gave the kids beer. According to the probable cause warrant, each child had 2 beers. Then, detectives say, Wells brought out a purple and pink-colored glass pipe. According to the warrant, she allowed the children to smoke marijuana, and she ground the marijuana and packed the pipe and smoked with the children. A parent of one of the kids at the party saw the Instagram photo and told the sheriff's office. And last week, when Wells was confronted, investigators say she admitted to everything and only expressed one moment of second thought. According to the warrant, she thought for a minute that it was a bad idea, but she did it anyway.
This just blew me away.
Charlotte Schneider has known Wells for almost 15 years, and she says the accusations are not the mom she knows.
I think she needs to be punished, but the kids not to have any parents at home and the burden it's going to put on the grandparents.
Wow, that's really all you can say to a story like that. Unbelievable. That mother is in a lot of trouble for allegedly doing that, and you could just see her own mother was very displeased on the whole thing, and you gotta just think to yourself sometimes, what are you thinking? What are you doing? But yeah, these things happen sometimes. All right, switching gears a little, in New York, the price of real estate and apartments there is just astronomically high in New York City. Well, now it's getting down to micro apartments. I don't even want to know what the price is going to even be for these little apartments. Let's take a look, and then we'll talk about it right after.
Leasing kicked off today at New York City's first micro-unit development. Carmel Place on East 27th Street is a 9-story building that contains 55 studio apartments. Project developer Tobias Orwell says that it focuses on exactly what a New York City dweller needs.
So it's really meant to be the necessities that someone who's living a fast-paced lifestyle in Manhattan is going to want to use in a apartment space like this.
The studios range in size from 260 to 360 square feet. They can be rented furnished or unfurnished within a price range of $2,500 to $3,000. The building also includes rent-stabilized units and units set aside for formerly homeless veterans. In order to maximize use of the small space, built-in multi-purpose convertible furniture is used, perfect for resting and relaxing. The bathroom is large enough for a wheelchair and has a stand-up shower. The kitchen has a 2-burner electric range, refrigerator, microwave, and dishwasher with plenty of counter space. If you're concerned about size being an issue for entertaining, that's
Wait,
up
I need to rewind that little.
The bathroom is large enough for a wheelchair
that
and
little
has a stand-up shower. The kitchen has a 2-burner electric range, refrigerator.
Yeah, there's your little refrigerator. $2,500 to $3,000 a month, and you get this little refrigerator here.
Microwave and dishwasher.
The dishwasher.
With plenty of counter space. If you're concerned about size being an issue for entertaining, that's not the case. There's plenty of room for dinner with friends. The building is using a lifestyle service called Ollie to enhance the tenant's experience.
So we provide housekeeping, we provide cable, we provide Wi-Fi, and also a personal concierge service and a social service as well for programming of different events.
So the micro units at Carmel Place are more than just a place to sleep at night.
It's really a whole lifestyle that we're trying to sell, and that's something that doesn't exist on the market right now, and people are currently trying to figure out ways to shoehorn themselves into weird living arrangement, and this is for the people who want to really get out of that.
From the East Side, Audrey Puente, Fox 5 News.
I'm at a loss for words there. $3,000 for that little bit of living. Man, that really is for the person that just coming and going and really, you know, they're working so much they just need a place to crash really quick, and they're probably making bank money in New York City, so that $3,000 really isn't a big factor for them. But must be nice, right, folks? All right, carrying on. Florida man impersonates a cop. Take a look at how this story all unraveled.
Stop your hand in your hand or I'll kill you.
This Orange County father of 4 didn't want us to show his face, but he is telling his story about how a man posing as a police officer robbed his family at gunpoint in their Pine Castle home last week.
He had the badge, and then when he went inside, he said, "I'm the police."
He says the man seen here in a composite sketch had a badge around his neck and a gun in his hand when he came in the house through the unlocked front door, demanding money. The father showed us how the man even pointed a gun at his 5-year-old son, threatening to kill him.
He said to my wife, you have to give me all the money you have or I'll kill your son.
Once his wife handed over the money, the man left and encountered him as he was coming home from work. That's when the man also robbed the father at gunpoint.
You open the door, I kill you. That's why, and then I called the police.
This is violent and disturbing. We want to catch this guy.
Fortunately, the family was able to give a good enough description for Orange County deputies to generate this composite sketch of the man who was wearing a baseball hat and spoke Spanish with a Puerto Rican accent.
Anyone with any information should call Crime Line. They have English and Spanish-speaking operators. Give information and let us go and make an arrest, because we don't want someone like this on the streets.
All right, and lastly that I have for you before we get into some long-form content here is there's a controversy brewing already this holiday season, and has to do with some Christmas lights out in Florida. Let's take a look. These stories always happen every year.
Come Santa Claus, here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane.
Before this comes this.
They go over the arch. I think we're probably about 85% at this point.
It's called the Hyatt Extreme Christmas, filling Mark and Kathy Hyatt's plantation yard with a nativity scene, Santas, even a SpongeBob, and lights, thousands of lights.
My father did this for many years. I've just carried the tradition on from my family, and I took it to just another level, or in this case, to the extreme.
Some say too extreme. The city of Plantation is trying to stop the tradition, calling it a nuisance, too noisy, and the cause of excessive traffic. Mark Hyatt can't talk about that, but he can talk about what it takes to put something like this together.
We're going to be rushing probably over the next probably 10 hours a day to get it done, so we're ready on Friday.
The Hyatts ask for donations to a local food bank, for the Humane Society, and there's a spot for kids to make a greeting card for soldiers. So despite any drama locally or elsewhere, the Hyatt Extreme Christmas will go on.
There's a lot of ugliness going on, a lot of people have uncertainty. People are scared for not only what's going on now, but for their kids. So something to look forward to. I think at Christmas, everybody's a little bit nicer.
All right, now coming up, it looks like there might be a press conference coming up in Philadelphia where a Pennsylvania state trooper was shot earlier this morning along I-676 west, he is in stable condition, but if you remember, that's where the that school bus was caught on fire. Luckily, there was no kids in that school bus, but let me see if I'll go to that right here.
They got a new balloon this year.
I'll get you some details, see if I can get some stories here for in the meantime while we wait to set the story up for you.
Do you
guys want to mic him or anything?
No, we're going to use this podium right here, but we're going to turn all these things on. Sorry I'm in everybody's way. Sorry, gang. Just got to turn the stuff on.
Coming up. Good.
Can you name yourself for us?
Sure. James P. Rakowitz, Captain. I'm the Troop Commander of Troop K, Philadelphia. With me today is Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens and Lieutenant Colonel Steve Buchar. This morning at about 9:30, a car stop was made for a traffic violation by two troopers. It was a two-man car, one of which it was a field training officer with his new trooper. They stopped the vehicle and began to investigate the four occupants of the vehicle. The occupants were taken from the vehicle, at which time they started to ID them. One was placed in cuffs in the back of the car, and two were sitting on the Jersey barrier. The fourth got into the car after he had been removed and took off in the car, and a pursuit was initiated by Trooper Casey, Patrick R. Casey, William Evans, and Trooper Timothy Jeter. The pursuit went westbound on 76 and then eastbound on 676, at which point Trooper Casey got alongside and in front of the fleeing car in an attempt to box him in and do an induced stop. Trooper Casey's car was rammed by the suspect vehicle, and at some point the suspect car became alongside the trooper's car, and the suspect began firing from his car at Trooper Casey. The suspect car then hit a back of a Durham bus, which was empty, other than the driver, and Trooper Casey started to take fire when the suspect got out of his car, and Trooper Casey started to immediately return fire. Trooper Casey was struck once in the shoulder. He is in good condition. He's speaking to his friends and family, who are all in the hospital room with him. And we have taken into custody the shooter after a brief foot pursuit, and the original party that we had in custody at the scene of the original traffic stop. Trooper Casey's expected to do make a full recovery, and we are grateful for that. Again, he has his family and friends with him, and he's expected to be in the hospital at least overnight.
Sir, where was the initial contact with the suspect?
It was on Interstate 76 in the area of University Drive. University exit.
Were some Good Samaritans involved in this?
We have witnesses that were involved, but no Good Samaritans came actively help the trooper, no.
What were the ages of the suspects, approximately?
I don't have that at this time. We'll update you later.
Somebody tell us about Trooper Casey.
Trooper Casey he entered the academy in 2008. He graduated in February 2009, and he's been assigned to Troop K Philadelphia since that time.
So did he got in the car? Had he been charged with something, or was he about to be arrested, or had he been cleared? I mean, I don't know.
He had not been arrested when he fled. He's under arrest now.
Did Trooper Casey drive himself to Huntington, or was
there was three people on scene. There was that two-man car that I spoke of earlier, and Trooper Casey, who had come to assist them at the original traffic stop. So there was three people on scene when the shooting occurred, and one of those troopers in the two-man car, I believe it was Trooper Evans, was the one who transported him to the hospital. Trooper Jeter was the one who apprehended the suspect after a brief foot pursuit with the apparent help of some undercover Philadelphia PD officers.
Trooper Casey, what's his age?
Trooper Casey's 31 years old.
And what
What was the initial traffic stop for?
It was for an expired registration, I believe.
Has the suspect, the shooting suspect, has he talked to you? Has he been cooperative? We talked about why he did.
I don't have that information at this time. Both of the parties that were in custody were taken back to Troop K headquarters and are being interviewed or attempted to be interviewed by the investigators.
Will they be transferred somewhere after that?
For arraignment.
Was Trooper Casey wearing a vest, or did this enter a part that wasn't covered by it?
I don't want to go into that.
And where was, I may have missed it at the top, where was the trooper positioned when he was shot?
It is believed he was in the car when he was shot, and he was returning fire from his car.
And do you know how many shots that the trooper got off?
I do not have that information.
Did the suspect or one of the suspects that opened fire have an automatic weapon or a handgun? Can you describe what he was using?
I don't have that information. It was a handgun. I don't know what type of handgun it was.
And how many of the four were armed?
To the best of our knowledge, just the person that was involved in the shooting.
Was the gun recovered from the scene?
The gun was recovered at the scene, yes.
Did the suspect have it on him while he was sitting down? Or
I don't have that information.
Make and model on the phone?
I don't have that information.
When Trooper Casey was hit, you said he was in the car. He was driving?
He was driving.
So he was able to drive and return fire after being shot at the same time?
He had returned fire, to the best of my information right now. He had returned fire once his car came to rest. The suspect got out of his car, was firing continually at Trooper Casey, at which time he was returning fire from his vehicle at the suspect.
Within the vehicle?
From within the vehicle.
While driving. Is that something you train for? While driving, is that something you train for? Do you train for a scenario like that?
We train for all kinds of scenarios, and that's. Though I'm not saying that he was moving when he was firing. I believe he was stopped when he was firing.
Where was the initial stop?
Initial stop was on 76 in the area of University exit. They chased from that location down to 76 or 676. I'm sorry.
You know what drew suspicion to them?
I'm sorry.
You know what drew suspicion to them?
It was an expired registration, I believe.
And the bus.
More. There you go.
There you have to put it down. You're going to have to scrouch down.
Dean, what's your reaction?
Our witnesses.
You have a total of 4 in custody now?
We have 2 in custody. We are actively pursuing leads on another, which we have a good ID on. The fourth party, we're still working investigative leads trying to positively identify him. We're not going to release the names right now. We'll update you on that a little later.
So a total of 5?
No, 4. 4.
How old were they?
I don't have that information. I don't know. I haven't been back to the station yet to get that information. I will add that Governor Wolf contacted Trooper Casey, and they've spoken for a brief period of time, and he conveyed his thoughts and prayers to Trooper Casey. More than likely tomorrow, but he's under observation until that time. It's a shoulder wound. A wound. He described it as in his lat, his left shoulder up top. Flesh. Yeah, no bones were hit. No vital organs were hit. The weapon that the shooter used was recovered at the scene. I don't have the make model on that.
Is he married? Does he have children? Is his family been here?
He's not married. His mother and father, brother, and his fiance are here. Parents are still here, yes.
So you talk about people that may have helped out who were driving by that came to the aid of the officer, or
I don't have information on anybody such as that.
Okay.
There could have been, but I don't have that right now. I'll discuss that with our PIO. Anything else?
Any other injuries besides Casey?
No. Good. Thank you.
Chicago proves that they're different than the other cities. Once this video comes out, and we have demonstrations and maintain some type of civil demeanor.
When's the last time the sitting officer was indicted?
Will the police union then make a statement that you went too far and you dressed on
that's what the trial is for. The police union, my job is to stand by these officers in the performance of their duty, and that's what I was elected to do, and that's what the FOP will do. If it is in the performance, we are standing by Officer Van Dyke in the performance of his duty at this stage. That's what we were elected to do, and that's what we are doing. I believe it was like 35 years ago. I'm not sure.
Dean, do you believe the charge of first-degree murder, given the circumstances, is excessive?
You'd have to talk to Miss Alvarez.
What do you think?
I'm not sure why she would level the charge, but based on what was said today, if those charges are substantiated, I'm sure his defense attorney will have a statement about that.
What is the effect? What's been the effect of this indictment on your rank in the law?
What's the effect of these types of indictments on law enforcement across the country? It's a difficult time for police. It's a difficult time for the city, and our officers are concerned about the demonstration spilling over into some sort of civil unrest, and their safety is what I'm concerned about. Ever since the fetal position comment came out a few months ago, we had a lot of attention on Chicago, and they're out there working every day. They show up every day. They take in their calls for service. They perform better than I think any other department in the country, and we'll have to wait and see how this plays out. But they're going to show up to work, and they're going to respond to their calls.
But do your officers understand, and do you, as a leader of the FNN, that there are some instances in which police officers go too far and it can result in criminal charges as today?
I don't think that's a fair question right now. I really don't. Every incident is different. Every officer is different. Every situation calls for certain types of response based on the individual in front of the officer's behavior.
How do you think the video will affect your ability to respond?
That's the million-dollar question. How is that going to taint the jury pool, more or less affect people's personal bias once they see it over and over and dozens of times? I think that's a fair question for the court. No. No, you know what? I don't have any answers about his defense at this stage. That's up to him and his lawyer. And again, you'd have to ask Ms. Alvarez about that.
Is there anything you know about this case that we haven't heard so far?
I've not seen the video. I've not seen the case reports. I have no documentation about this incident whatsoever. I have not spoken to Officer Van Dyke about it.
Mr. Angelo, the FOP spokesman on CNET at Camden said that Laquan McDonald lunged at the officer. On what basis could he have said that without himself seeing the incident?
I can't answer that. I'm going to have to revisit that once I see the video, if in fact that's not consistent with what happened. And that lands at my feet.
Can we get to Mr. Herbert?
I have no knowledge of that whatsoever.
Can we get to Mr.
That's
Herbert
up to the
now?
department.
Can we get
Sure.
to Mr. Herbert now?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Raise up the mic stand.
Yeah, we need to raise it back.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Herbert, and Herbert, and I'm going to give a statement, and respectfully, I'm not going to answer any questions at this time, but this is a case that needs to be tried in a courtroom. It needs to be tried in a courtroom where the rules of evidence are in play and the Constitution is in play. This is a case that my client should be afforded the same presumption of innocence that every other American that's charged with a crime is afforded. This is a case that can't be tried in the streets, it can't be tried in the media, and it can't be tried on Facebook. With respect to certain comments that have been made by politicians, and politicians who have not seen the video, where I believe my client's conduct has been described as hideous. I would state that those comments are they're irresponsible, and they're certainly unfair and prejudicial to my client. Thankfully, politicians will not be deciding the fate of my client in this case. It will be either a judge or a jury. We anticipate the video's release, and I think it's very natural that when it's released that people will make judgment about the split-second actions of my client. We fully anticipate that. It's certainly everyone's right to make a judgment about it, but I would just state that that the judgment made by individuals that view this tape from the comfort of their living room on their sofa, it's not the same standard as the perspective from my client. People viewing this videotape will have the brilliance and benefit of hindsight 2020 vision. People will judge the split-second actions of my client. However, the standard in this case is what was my client experiencing at the time in which he made this split-second decision to fire. And that is a standard that is going to be utilized, and thankfully that will be the standard that will be utilized in court, and we fully anticipate that we will be successful in this case. This is not a murder case, despite what you heard in the courtroom. It's truly not a murder case, and we feel that we're going to be very successful in defending this case.
Are you surprised he's being held without bond?
You know what?
He's being held.
I'm not going to talk about anything else. I apologize,
If
but
it's not a murder case, what is it?
good question. Thanks, guys.
I'd like to say something.
Dan,
From what I heard in that courtroom, it defines murder. And I'm speaking it. My name is Wallace Gator Bradley. Wallace, W-A-L-L-A-C-E, Gator, G-A-T-O-R, Bradley, B-R-A-D-L-E-Y. United in Peace, Inc. Okay? From what I heard in that courtroom, as an ex-felon, that man was charged with murder. Okay? As a police officer, once he shot that individual once, and he was down, he was no longer a threat. From what I heard in that courtroom, they said that he never was a threat. So for an individual to empty 16 rounds into an individual, and majority of the shots was while he was on the ground, that's malicious and criminal intent. Okay? He may not want to say it's murder. Okay? And our community know that there's other videos out there. So from what I heard in the courtroom, and for what y'all heard in the courtroom, that man was charged righteously for murder. It wasn't like the guy that killed the Keto boy where the state's attorney charged him less than murder and he got off. So I'm just saying, so I want anybody to think that anything else was heard in that courtroom outside of the fact that the man was charged with murder. Yeah, I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied that he didn't get a bond. That way I know he ain't on death duty.
All right, there you go. You saw the press conference from Chicago. Before that gentleman spoke, we heard from the officer's attorney. Now, the officer is Jason Van Dyke. Now, this incident happened last year in October, and there is going to be dash cam video that is going to be released tomorrow. So today, the officer turned himself in to the courthouse. That happened earlier this morning. He ignored questions shouted to him by the reporters who awaited his arrival. This is the first time in nearly 35 years that a Chicago officer has been charged with murder while on duty. So it's going to get very interesting from here, and obviously it's going to be very emotional to see that dash cam video, as it's been said that the officer unloaded 16 rounds into a suspect. Don't know too many more details. That'll all come out in court once the court case gets going, but as you can imagine, going to be a very, very emotional video to see. So hopefully this does not cite riots of any kind. Hopefully this doesn't cite a Ferguson type of situation, but I think that they needed to get the charge first, so it wasn't like this officer was walking around. Should be very interesting to see what happens in this case. It says the murder charges against Van Dyke come as the city faces a court-ordered deadline to release the dashcam video, and that court order deadline is tomorrow. So we will be seeing that video tomorrow. You'll see it right here on Fox 10 News Now. It'll be dashcam video from last October. Moving on, we're going to keep going here on Fox 10 News Now. Try to give you guys always the very latest when it comes to news and breaking news from not only here in Arizona, but from around the country and the world. So we just saw the Chicago press conference. I do want to show you a little bit of Hillary Clinton's rally that took place yesterday. I know you guys maybe did not see this, but we'll showcase this to you a little bit and then get you some more news in a little bit.
Mention a couple really quickly. First of all, I vividly remember the first time I knew who Hillary Clinton was. I was in high school, I was on the debate team, and we were debating health care reform. Do you all remember that in the 90s? I just remember how impressed we all were at how hard she fought for health care reform and for all of our families. And she helped 8 million children get health insurance back then. And I know that as president, she will continue that fight. I'm also a strong supporter of Hillary Clinton's because of her strong record on human rights. I remember her groundbreaking speech. Do you all remember the speech in Beijing 20 years ago? And it only got better from there. As Secretary of State, she fought for women and children all over the world. And I know that in these complex international times, she is the leader we need in the White House. And finally, as a mom, I support Hillary Clinton because I want Eleanor and her little brother Stuart, and I don't know where he is, to have a bright future with all of their friends. And I know that with Hillary Clinton in the White House, Eleanor has a chance to have equal pay for her equal work. And that she and her brother will live in a country that values families, where there are things like paid leave. And finally, we need somebody in the White House who cares about the environment, so there's clean air and clean water. Eleanor is thrilled to be here today. And part of the reason she is that back in January, I posted something on Facebook that some of you may have seen. We were watching the State of the Union address together, and she looked at me and she asked me a question. Do you remember what you asked me?
Can girls be president?
It still makes me tear up. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the time. But what did I say?
Of course, girls can be president.
Of course, girls can be president. We need a role model for our little girls and for all of our children. We need somebody who believes, as I know Hillary believes, that you can be anything you want to be, as she has said many times, even President of the United States. So thank you all and welcome the next President of the United States, Hillary Clinton!
Thank you so much, Amber, and thank you, Eleanor. I am thrilled to have Amber Amber's endorsement, and it means a lot to me, and I am thrilled to have Eleanor's endorsement as well. I want to start by thanking the school for having us all here. Pine Middle School, thank you very much. And Washoe County School District and Tracy Davis, Superintendent, thank you for letting us hold this event here. I want to thank the Reno Gay Men's Chorus. Thank you so much for that stirring entertainment. And all of you for being here with me today. I am glad to be back in Reno, glad to be having this chance to talk about what's at stake in this election and to get you to start thinking about what we need when we look to the future for our country. Now, I'm going to start by saying something that happens to be true, but whenever I say it, my Republican friends don't like me to say it. And that's this.
What is it?
Our economy does better when we have a Democrat in the White House. I mean, really, unemployment is lower, incomes are higher, and you are 4 more times likely to have a recession when you have a Republican in the White House. Now, this is true based on all of the analysis of economic data going back, but I want us to just focus on the last 35 years. We've had 5 presidents, 3 Republicans and 2 Democrats. I know both of those Democrats. And I can tell you, each of them inherited economic problems from their Republican predecessors. Now, in my husband's case, it was an economy starting to go into recession and the quadrupling of our national debt in the prior 12 years. I remember when Bill was elected and he was asked shortly after that election, "What is it you think you bring to Washington?" And he thought for a minute, he said, "Well, I guess arithmetic." And he got to work, and after 8 years, we had 23 million new jobs. Incomes went up for everybody. The top, the middle, working folks, and most importantly, more people were lifted out of poverty who got into jobs than at any time in our recent history, and we ended up with a balanced budget and a surplus. Now, you would think that would be good news, wouldn't you? I joined the Senate in January of 2001, and I was excited about all the things we could have invested in because we were, with this surplus, in control of our fiscal destiny. And in fact, we were on a path to pay down the national debt. Yes, hard to believe today. But the Republican president who followed my husband had different ideas about what should happen. And he began dismantling that fiscal responsible agenda, literally piece by piece. Cut taxes on the wealthy, got out of the way of corporations, took their eyes off the financial market and the mortgage market, and you know what happened. So after the 2008 election, I got a call from President-elect Obama and asked me to come see him in Chicago. I didn't know why. It turned out he wanted me to be Secretary of State. But before we got to that, he said to me, "It is so much worse than they told us." I said, "You know, I've heard that before." And indeed it was. And people in Nevada know how bad it was, right? Our country was losing 800,000 jobs a month. 9 million Americans lost their jobs. 5 million lost their homes. $13 trillion in family wealth was wiped out. Nevada had one of the highest foreclosure rates in the country. Unemployment jumped to 14.5%. And it was a terrible situation that was handed off from the prior Republican president to the incoming Democratic president. And I don't want people to forget that. I want Democrats to vote for me, but I want sensible Republicans to vote for me too. The only way the Republicans can win this election is if they can induce a state of amnesia in all of us. Now, I don't think President Obama gets the credit he deserves for making sure we didn't fall into a Great Depression. So, we got ourselves, thanks to the hard work of millions of Americans, we got ourselves out of that ditch. So we're standing, but we're not yet running. What is the next task facing our president? Well, I'll tell you. I'm going to do everything I can to create more good-paying jobs and to raise incomes because Americans need a wage increase, which we haven't had in years. I'm going to build on what we've achieved. We've recovered 13 million jobs. The president's policies saved the auto industry, began to crack down on Wall Street through Dodd-Frank, passed the Affordable Care Act, and I think it's fair to say, if you listen to those running on the Republican side, they want to undo all of that progress. They really want to turn the clock back with policies that did not work. They're still all wedded to trickle-down economics. They want to cut taxes on the wealthy and give more giveaways to the corporations. This election will decide whether they get their way again. And it's imperative that voters make an informed choice. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make sure we create more good-paying jobs. And here are a couple of things that I've already proposed or will be in the weeks and months ahead. Number one, we can create millions of good jobs in repairing and building and maintaining the bridges, the roads, the tunnels, the airports, the ports, the rail systems. My friends, this should be a no-brainer. This is not only good to create jobs, this will make us more competitive as an economy. There's so much work to be done. It's good work. I think that it's just hard to explain why the Republican Congress won't pass a highway bill. When I was in the Senate, we had our differences, but we ended up agreeing and we passed a highway bill. They can't even decide that. So projects are held up, there's unpredictability, people can't be hired. This is not the way to get things done in America. Number two, I believe there are millions of good-paying jobs to be had from clean, renewable energy. Happen to think climate change is real, and we should be combating it and trying to avoid the worst impacts. You know what they say on the other side when they're asked about climate change? They all say, well, I'm not a scientist. You know, my response to that is, go talk to a scientist. Yes. There are a lot of them around. You go to the university here in Reno, I'm sure we can find a couple to talk to you about it. But look at what's happening just here in Nevada. And I give a lot of credit to your Senator Harry Reid, who has focused on clean energy jobs. I'm setting some big goals. I want us to see if we can't get 500 million more solar panels installed by the end of my first term and enough clean energy to power every home by the end of my second term. exceptions and giveaways to corporations, to billionaires, and I have a long list of what we're going to go after. Because I am sick and tired of what we have just seen with this just companies are leaving America to cut their taxes when they should be staying here and investing in the people and the opportunities that will build our economy. Look, it's very simple for me. The wealthy pay too little, and the middle class pays too much. Every single one of the proposals I am making, I will tell you how I will pay for it, but I will not raise taxes on the middle class. I want the middle class to be strong and growing again. There's also a lot of opportunities in helping small business start and grow. 60% of the new jobs come from small business. I know people get really excited when a big giant corporation says they're moving nearby. That's great. Most jobs come from small businesses. Do you know it is now harder to start a small business in the United States than it is in Canada or France? Because there are so many overlapping local and state regulations, and the tax code is just so much tilted against small business. My dad was a small businessman. I want to be the small business president. I want to see millions of entrepreneurs and people with ideas, young people, starting businesses, growing businesses in America again. And you know, the fastest way to raise incomes right now, starting tomorrow, well, it's not.
Last month's deadly campus shooting back in court this morning. We'll have a live report from Flagstaff.
We have the pictures after Turkey shoots down a Russian
Fox 10
military
News
plane
at noon,
today.
catching you up on the
latest
latest
on the fallout.
headlines happening right now.
We're getting a look at the robber who struck a Valley credit union this morning wearing a helmet.
And the Valley's Cactus Bowl has a new sponsor with the next bowl game will be called.
That NAU student accused of shooting 4 fellow students, killing one of them, appears in court in Flagstaff.
Stephen Jones is charged with first-degree murder, and what he says is that he acted in self-defense.
Andrew Hasman was inside the courtroom and joins us live from Flagstaff with more. Andrew?
And Rick, Stephen Jones was actually in the courtroom today for this case management conference, as were his parents. Let's show you some video now from inside the courtroom. Stephen Jones sitting there with his attorneys. The 18-year-old stayed silent the entire time as the judge and the defense attorneys and the prosecutors all talked about where the case stands at the moment. Jones, who was an NAU freshman, is accused of first-degree murder in the shooting death of another NAU student. 3 others were injured during that October shooting. NAU police say it started as a fight between Jones and a group of guys from the Delta Chi fraternity. Prosecutors say during the fight, Jones ran to his car, got a gun, returned, and then opened fire. Jones, however, has told police that he felt threatened during this whole situation. In court today, there was some brief talk about the possibility of a plea deal in this case, but the prosecutor quickly shot that down, although he did not rule it out completely.
There may be a possibility we can negotiate something out of this case. The state's posture at this time is not to make any plea offer. So we're open to any suggestions, any proposals by the defense, and we'll listen to them. But we're not making any offer in this case.
I think we'd like.
Jones has been in custody since the shooting. He stayed at the scene after the shooting and essentially turned himself in to NAU police. He's in the Coconino County Jail on a $2 million cash-only bond. He's expected to be back here in court in January. Reporting live in Flagstaff, I'm Andrew Hasman, Fox 10 News.
Andrew, thank you. And we are also getting a look at some pretty intense police body cam video from the night Jones was arrested. He struggles after being detained. Take a listen to this.
Turn around. Everybody on the ground. On the ground. On the ground. Raise your hands up. He got shot. Go help them. Hold on. You do not move. Do not move. Please go help them, officer, please. I've got to secure his cuffs.
You can hear him pleading with the officers in the video. You can hear Jones pretty clearly, and here you see him in the back of the patrol car as well. He is emotional throughout the ordeal, crying, screaming, saying he's sorry. He cooperates with the officer, even takes responsibility for the shooting.
You identified yourself to me as the shooter.
Nobody else. None of my friends.
There's nobody else involved.
No, nobody but me. I take all the responsibility.
Okay, it's just you.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure that there's nobody else that we're looking for.
No. The guys who were chasing me, did they get held back?
I'm not sure. I'm finding that out right now.
Well, Jones sat in the back of a patrol car, looked frightened as the victims were rushed to the hospital, and later, when he's taken in for questioning, he breaks down.
Developing story now abroad after Turkey shoots down a Russian military plane. Turkey says the Russian plane crossed into Turkish airspace, but Russia denies it. Now, these are pictures of the plane going down. Russia had been carrying out airstrikes on ISIS in Syria. 2 Russian crew members ejected, and a rebel group that captured one of the pilots says he was dead. A search is underway to find the second crew member. Russian President Vladimir Putin is calling the incident a stab in the back. Putin warned that the incident would have significant consequences for its relations with Turkey.
Well, at noon, that incident in Turkey just complicating President Obama's plan to fight ISIS. Today, at a joint news conference with French President Francois Hollande, Mr. Obama pledged solidarity after the Paris attacks and promised to work with France and other allies to intensify the U.S.-led campaign against ISIS.
It cannot be tolerated. It must be destroyed, and we must do it together.
Again, that's Mr. Obama and Francois Hollande. The French president was expected to urge Obama to work with Russia to build a new coalition to fight the extremists. Today's shooting down of that Russian plane underscored what some see as a need for better coordination on the battlefields and in the skies above Iraq and Syria. Meanwhile, France's interior minister says that 124 people have been handed preliminary charges since a state of emergency was issued hours after the Paris attacks. The State Department issues a worldwide travel warning in the wake of the Paris attacks. The alert asks travelers to stay aware while traveling, take extra precaution while visiting crowded sites and attending things like concerts and sporting events. The alert is not linked to any specific threat.
Meanwhile, back at home, new at noon, a man pulls out a gun and robs a credit union in Tempe. This is the Arizona Federal Credit Union at Southern and Price. Sky Fox over the scene this morning. The robber was wearing a helmet. Investigators are hoping someone recognizes the helmet and calls police. After getting the loot, he took off on a motorcycle. No word on how much money that he got away with.
All right, folks, so we just want to give you a little update on the top news stories that Fox 10 News at Noon is handling right now. Happening right now live in Colorado is a Hillary Clinton rally. The event I showed you right before I went to the news was from yesterday in Nevada. Now she is in Colorado. Let's take you out live to Colorado for a Hillary Clinton campaign 2016 rally happening right now.
It's not affordable for enough Americans. President Clinton will fight for affordability. On national security, Secretary Clinton and I both served on the Armed Services Committee, and she knows you've got to be tough when it comes to the threats facing the world. She was there when the decision was made to go after bin Laden. But she also knows you've got to be smart. And we deploy our military with the full backing of the American people and the Congress of the United States. She will be tough and smart when it comes to national security. You all know I waged a fight to protect our civil liberties. And I know President Clinton will find the right balance between protecting our privacy and the Bill of Rights, which, by the way, is our biggest, baddest weapon, the Bill of Rights is. And she'll also keep us safe. But let me turn just to a personal set of notes. I want to talk about Hillary Clinton as a person. She's real. She's warm. She's got a wicked sense of humor. She usually directs it at herself, but you got to give her a break because sometimes she directs it at bloviating politicians, which I'm all for that. She is experienced and decisive. And I was thinking about Ginger Rogers this morning. You know what Ginger Rogers said about Dancing with Fred Astaire. Ginger Rogers would admire Hillary Clinton, no doubt. Do you all agree with me? She cares about our country's future. And she's got the experience and the smarts to take that passion for our families and women and our children into action, into results. There's no question. That's her record. So what am I saying as I close? What I'm saying is that Hillary Clinton is a leader for our times who will embrace the future. I can tell you flat out, whoever her opponent is, next fall will be turning away from the future. Hillary Clinton will lead us into a brighter future for our wonderful country. So let me end with a story. Some of you know my daughter, Tess. She's 6 foot tall. She's smart. She's hardworking. She's perfect. A few years ago, she said to me, "Dad, when are we going to have a woman president?" And I said, "You know, by the time you're my age, we will have had a woman president." You know what she said to me? "By the time I'm your age, we're going to have had 3 women presidents." Go to work so that my daughter is satisfied with where our country is heading. So I'm honored to stand here and be a supporter and endorse Secretary Clinton. I'll be honored to call her president. And Madam Secretary, we're thrilled and honored that you're here in Colorado to campaign with us to be the next president of the United
treat to be in Boulder, and I have to tell you, today, just a few days before Thanksgiving, I can't imagine anywhere I'd rather be than right here with all of you. I want to thank Mark Udall, his wonderful wife, Maggie Fox. I want to thank him for his leadership and his courage in taking on a lot of tough issues when he represented you in the Senate. And I can tell you, his loss was not just a loss for Colorado, it was a loss for the United States. But I think we should show him once again our appreciation for everything he did on behalf of the I want to thank Speaker Dickie Lee Hollinghorst for being here. I want to thank all of you for coming, because we've got a caucus to win, and then we've got an election to win. I think it's important for us to understand what's really at stake in this election. You know, every time anybody runs for anything, they come and they tell crowds of folks, this is the most important election ever. Well, I think every election does have importance. I believe that. But this election, when you compare the different visions, the different values, the different policies between those of us on the Democratic side and our Republican candidates, there is a really big choice ahead of America. And it's time that we all start thinking about that, because by next year, we would have already had the election. It seems like a long time, but we have work to do, because there are people we have to reach, including, I'm sure, some in this crowd, to understand the real differences that this election presents.
Now, I want to start with a factual statement. I know that's a rare occasion, particularly when you listen to the other side. But the fact is, our economy does better when we have a Democrat in the White House. Our Republican friends don't particularly like it when I say that. But it's important that we look at the facts. You know, unemployment is down and incomes are up when we have a Democrat. And we are 4 more times likely to have a recession when we have a Republican in the White House. Now, I'm not asking folks to go 100 years back. Let's just go 35 years back. We've had 5 presidents, 3 Republicans and 2 Democrats. And I think it's fair to say, since I know both of the Democrats, that each of them inherited economic problems from their Republican predecessors. You know, when my husband was elected, we were starting to see recessionary tendencies. The previous 12 years had quadrupled the debt of our country. And I remember shortly after Bill was elected, somebody said to him, well, what is it you bring to Washington to deal with the economy? And he thought for a minute. He did one of those, you know, Bill Clinton chew on his inside cheek moves. And then he said, well, I guess arithmetic. And he said to me at the time, you know, it is so much worse than they told us. So he had to get to work, and it was not easy. But at the end of 8 years, we had 23 million new jobs. Incomes rose for everybody. Everybody saw their incomes go up. Top, middle, working folks, poor people, and more people lifted out of poverty than at any time in recent history. And we ended up with a balanced budget and a surplus. Now, I go to the Senate, thanks to the good people of New York, in 2001, and I was looking forward to finding ways we could make long-term investments that would make us richer and smarter and stronger. You know, we could have done a lot to keep higher education moving into the future. We could have done a lot to provide more help for students to actually get college education without going deeply into debt. We could have invested in more research and development. We could have done more to stabilize the Social Security Trust Fund. There was a lot we could do, but the Republicans came back with their failed economic policy of trickle-down economics. And what does that mean? You know what it means. Cut taxes on the wealthy, get out of the way of corporations, and they did it with a vengeance. Took their eye off the financial markets and the mortgage markets, and we ended up with the worst financial crisis since the Great Depression. Shortly after the 2008 election, President-elect Obama called me and asked me to come see him in Chicago. I didn't know why at the time. Turns out he wanted me to be Secretary of State. But before we got to that, before we started talking about that, he looks at me and he says, it is so much worse than they told us. I said, well, President-elect, I've heard that before. And it was really bad, and I want you to remember that. Even for students who, 8 years seems like a long time ago, I want you to remember that. We were losing 800,000 jobs a month in America. 9 million Americans lost their jobs. 5 million lost their homes. $13 trillion in family wealth was wiped out. And so the president faced a terrible set of choices. And I don't think President Obama gets the credit he deserves for making sure we didn't fall into that Great Depression that we could have. And so we're now standing trending, but we're not yet running the way we need to. And the next president is going to face a stark economic choice. Will we build on what works, or will we reverse course and go back to the failed policies that the Republicans are all promoting? Now, I am not running for my husband's third term or President Obama's third term. I'm running for my first term, but I'm going to do what works for the economy. Economic plans. I think there are several things we must do. We've got to create more good-paying jobs. Here are some of the ideas that I believe will work. We need a national infrastructure bank that puts millions of Americans to work building roads, bridges, tunnels, airports, rail systems. We need to combat climate change with new, clean, renewable energy jobs. Now, honestly, you know what the Republicans say. Remember when they're asked, do you believe in climate change? They all say, well, I'm not a scientist. Well, my response to that is, go talk to some. There are some here at the university that you can actually talk to. So we have to take on climate change as the consequential, existential challenge it poses, but we also have an opportunity. You heard Mark say that. There are millions of jobs and businesses that can come if we take the subsidies away from oil and gas and we put them into wind and solar and advanced biofuels and create those jobs. Now this is already happening around the country. I'm seeing examples of it. You know, I do spend a lot of time in Iowa, and Iowa already gets a third of its electricity from wind. 7,000 jobs. Installing, making, assembling, repairing wind turbines. If we knit together all of the actions that are already taking place, and we have a national objective, we can meet it. I want our country to set some big goals again. I remember growing up that we did that when President Kennedy said, we're going to send a man to the moon and bring him back in the decade. People said, oh, you can't do that. He said, yes, we will. And we did. Well, here's what I want. I want 500 million new solar panels installed before the end of my first term and enough clean energy for every home by the end of my second. And we have to crack down, and you know this. We have to crack down on the abuses in the tax code. We have to close those loopholes, end those deductions. We have to keep the focus where it needs to be, starting and building companies and getting jobs here for Americans, not providing incentives for folks to take them overseas. And there is an egregious example of that right now. Pfizer, the huge drug company, well, they're buying a foreign pharmaceutical company that happens to be based in Ireland. And they're doing it, and they're pretty honest about it. They're doing it to save money on taxes. It's called an inversion. Well, I want the Treasury Department to do everything it can to stop that kind of behavior and call it for what it is, gaming the tax system. We have to change the incentives in that system. The wealthy pay too little, the middle class pays too much. Every single policy that I am promoting, I tell you how we pay for it, and I've also said I will not let anybody raise taxes on the middle class, because I want us to recover the wealth and the income that was lost because of the Great Recession and the bad policies that were put forth by the Republicans. think about it. You know, we have so many opportunities right now if we chart the right course forward. One area I want us to spend more time on is small business. Boulder has a lot of small businesses. I want to do more to cut the red tape and work with states and counties and municipalities to get rid of the unnecessary regulations and the licensing requirements and the tax code burdens, because 60% of new jobs in America come from small business. I want to be the small business president. My dad was a small businessman. I know how important it is, because right now, if you look at the rankings in the world, it is easier to start a small business in Canada or France than in the United States. We used to be by far the first in the world. I want us to be that again. And because the center of my economic policy is raising incomes, because Americans need and deserve a raise, I'll tell you the fastest way we could raise incomes is to enforce equal pay for equal work for women. Of course it affects us. Raising the minimum wage does too, because 2/3 of minimum wage earners are women. But both of those, equal pay and the minimum wage, are part of my growth strategy. We are a 70% consumption economy. If people aren't making enough to even get by, how are they going to buy those things that will help boost our economy, create more jobs and opportunities? So when I say I want equal pay for equal work, the Republicans often say, well, there she goes, playing the gender card. Well, I'll tell you what, if being for equal pay for equal work is playing the gender card, deal me in. Another part of that agenda is finally providing paid family leave so that more people are able to both tend to their job and take care of their families. And tied to the economic agenda, of course, is education. And this is an area that I hope we can all get together and look at the evidence and do more of what works, especially when it comes to elementary and secondary education. With paying, I assume there's some teachers or people who are retired teachers or wannabe teachers. Well, I want to work with you to make sure that our public schools are producing the best results for every child. And I think we have to start before they enter the door in kindergarten. We've got to start with early childhood education and universal pre-kindergarten. Again, of course, I have believed this a long time. I'm absolutely committed to it. But now the brain research convinces us. You know, 80% of your brain is physically formed by the age of 3. And I think about my granddaughter. I mean, we read, talk, and sing to her like there's no tomorrow. In fact, I think her first full sentence is going to be enough with the reading and the talking and the singing. I get the idea. But I think about all the other kids who are just as talented, because I think talent is universal, but opportunity isn't. And we have too many kids in our country right now who go to kindergarten not prepared to learn. And then we turn to the teachers and we say, well, we've got this achievement gap, go close it. Well, the achievement gap started 3, 4, 5 years ago. The single best analysis of what early childhood education means for our economy comes from a Nobel Prize winning economist at the University of Chicago. Hardly a hotbed of liberal do-goodism. Dr. James Heckman. And he has done the work. And his research is pretty clear. It says, look, if you were to ask me what the single best investment we could make so that America has a strong economy with opportunities for generations to come, hands down, it's early childhood education. And part of the challenge we face is convincing, states and our country to do that. But I'll tell you who is convinced. The Chinese government just hired him to consult with them about starting a pre-K program. They've looked at the same research. They know they're in a competition. Well, we are in a competition, and I intend to be a president who makes sure we win that competition for the future and for the American people. And that includes making college affordable again. Okay, I know there'll be a lot of hands, but just to show me, how many of you have or ever have had student debt? Oh yeah, well, we now have $1.2 trillion in student debt. 40 million Americans. Now this is not only a drag on them, it's a drag on our economy. Go back to the point I made about consumption. And a lot of young people are postponing decisions about what they really want to do because they are laboring under the burden of debt. So number one, we got to make college affordable. My new college compact, which you can go to my website and read about, is aimed at number one, making community college free. Building on President Obama's proposal, I think we have to start looking at K through 2 years post-high school as what it takes to give somebody the tools, the certification, the experience to go right into the job market if that's the choice. I told you that story about Iowa. Well, one of the smart things they've done, their community colleges are just filled to capacity with people who are learning how to fix those turbines and build those turbines and make those parts. And when those young people, and they're mostly young, get out of that program as a machinist or a tool and die worker, they're walking into $40,000 and $50,000 a year jobs. And we need to make highly skilled work once again not only respectable but valuable so that more people see it as a gateway to a good life. And for those going to college, my plan is debt-free tuition. You will not borrow a penny to go to a 4-year public college or university. And you'll be able to use Pell Grants for living expenses. So you'll be able to have as low a debt burden as is possible. And if you do public service, certainly if you go into the military, you come out, you get the 9/11 GI Bill. If you go into national service like AmeriCorps, you will also get more help to go to college and be able to stay in and graduate. And if you already have debt, we're going to let you refinance it. Just like you can refinance your mortgage or your car payment. And then we're going to do more to build on a program we already have, but not enough people are taking advantage of it. It's called the Income Contingency Repayment Program. That's what I had. When I went to law school and borrowed money, I signed up for one of those programs. What did that mean? It meant that I paid my loan back as a percentage of my income, not a fixed rate tied to an interest rate of 8, 9, 10%. And in fact, I went to work for the Children's Defense Fund. I think I made $14,000 a year. I could afford to do that because I paid it back as a percentage of that income. I want more of you who currently have debt, go online, look at the programs that are already available, and I'm going to make sure everybody qualifies and is able to do that in order to get the cost down and save thousands of dollars. I will also defend the Affordable Care Act, and I will work to improve it. We have been working since Harry Truman to get some kind of an affordable care plan. The Republicans have voted to repeal it nearly 60 times. And you know, if they get the chance, they will. They never tell you what they will put in its place, but they will repeal it. And then we'll be back in the fight again about how we do that. I know you all here in Colorado have an initiative this year. And you know, states can help lead the way, but in the meantime, we have to defend the Affordable Care Act, and we have to improve it. So I have plans to limit out-of-pocket expenses and to begin to get the cost of prescription drugs down, because right now they are increasing 12–14% a year. And here are some of the things that we should be doing. You know, I'm going to go after the tax break that drug companies get for advertising drugs. And right now, they spend more on advertising than they do on research. So if any of your friends, you know, hear some Republican, you know, I don't know, on Fox News or somewhere saying that I'm going to, you know, destroy the research base of the American pharmaceutical industry, actually the opposite is true. I'm going to give them the chance to put more money into research because we need that. I'm supportive of that. But we're not going to let them put this kind of expensing to use for advertising, to run the kinds of ads that you and I see all the time. You know, you see those ads. People are running through fields of wildflowers, and, you know, they look so blissed out. And you got the name of the drug on the screen, and then underneath in this soft, reassuring voice, somebody's saying, if you take this drug, your nose falls off, and, you know, all these other terrible side effects. They can still advertise, just not on our dime. And we're going to also finally get the authority for Medicare to negotiate for lower drug prices with the drug companies. This one is particularly frustrating because, you know, all of us taxpayers, we pay to support the National Institutes of Health, and I am proud we do. What a great, incredible institution. And then NIH works with drug companies and great universities, and we produce drugs, and then we pay for the Food and Drug Administration to test them to see if they're safe and effective, and then they come to market. And then we end up, in the United States, paying the highest prices in the world, because the drug companies, using our money to actually create the drugs, negotiates with every other advanced economy, from Canada to Europe to Australia, and not with us. And as a senator from New York, bordering Canada, I saw buses every week that crossed the border taking Americans to go buy the same drugs in pharmacies across that border for a much lower price. So we're going to once and for all deliver a fair break to the American public so that the drug costs are going to be lower. Now, I want to mention quickly 3 other issues that have to do with health care that I care deeply about. First, we're going to have to get ahead of the caregiving challenge that so many of our families are facing. You know, it's projected we're going to see a big increase in Alzheimer's. We have a big population already. It'll get bigger. We have autism. We have other conditions that really family members are primarily responsible for. And the fact is that it's depleting people's accounts, their retirement, their savings. They get very little help because they can't afford it. And I've introduced a caregiving credit so that families can take a tax credit of up to $6,000 to take care of a loved one at home, because it's truly one of the most commonly mentioned issues in all my encounters with people. I met a young man in New Hampshire who was taking care of his 84-year-old mother with Alzheimer's. He's a teacher. He doesn't make enough money to hire a full-time caregiver. He takes care of her. But he can't quit his job because then they wouldn't have any money to live on. So he takes her to work. And he told me this, and I said, you know, well, what will happen if her disease worsens? What happens if, you know, sometimes Alzheimer's patients get frustrated and they lash out? What will happen? He said, I don't know. So I want us to recognize the caring that goes on in our families and to do something to help support it so that people are not impoverished by doing what they want to do to care for their lives. And then we have got to treat mental health as the medical issue that it is. And we've got to provide more care for substance abuse in order to save lives and create alternatives. I mention those together because untreated mental health is often subjected to self-medication, using alcohol and drugs. And a lot of times, it's too late before we find the right services that will assist somebody to be able to cope with that mental health challenge or that substance abuse addiction. And you know, when you run for president, at least for me, even though I sometimes just see somebody for a minute or two, they often share really personal stories with me. And from the first day of this campaign, people have been talking to me about mental health and substance abuse. And I've met so many families who have lost somebody. And so we're going to try to come up with a more sensible and effective approach, having the federal government partner with states and counties and municipalities to provide the services that are needed. And I think it's really a stain on us that we still have a stigma about mental health. And we need to do everything we can to try to remove that and provide more help and services as quickly as we can. Now, there's a lot of work to be done, but I want you to listen carefully to what the Republican candidates say. It's been my observation that when somebody runs for president and they tell you what they believe or what they want to do, they'll actually try to do it no matter how it sounds. So I listen really carefully to their inflammatory rhetoric, their attacks on human rights and civil rights and women's rights and gay rights and voting rights and immigrant rights. And I want you to know that I will defend a woman's right to choose and defend marriage equality and discrimination against the LGBT community. I will defend voting rights, which are under attack in so many places in America. I will fight to overturn or use a constitutional amendment to end Citizens United and its for comprehensive immigration reform with a path to citizenship. I will work and fight to make sure we get criminal justice reform and end the era of mass incarceration. I will defend our veterans. I will fix the VA, but I will make sure that it is not privatized and that guarantee doesn't disappear for American vets. And I will continue to speak out against the gun lobby and fight for people a day die from gun violence. Homicides, suicides, and tragic, avoidable accidents. That's 33,000 people a year. I'll tell you, if anything else were causing the deaths of 33,000 of our fellow Americans, there'd be a national outcry. People would be rolling up our sleeves. We'd figure out, what are we going to do about that disease or that other kind of terrible danger that people are facing? Well, I am going to do everything I can with your help to fight for and achieve universal background checks, closing the gun show loophole and the online loophole and what's called the Charleston loophole. Before I came out, I met with a group of folks who lost loved ones to gun violence. Columbine, Aurora, and Sandy Hook. And I am so in awe of them because having lost children, parents, siblings, they are determined to do everything they can to try to help other families avoid this terrible, tragic loss. I know this isn't easy, but I'll tell you, we already have a consensus in America. Latest research I saw, 92% of Americans support universal background checks. And 83% of gun owners support universal background checks. And I am so hoping that gun owners will be willing to take the lead in pushing for the kind of changes that we need, because they are the ones who understand what it means to be a responsible gun owner, what it means to exercise that right under our Constitution. So I'm going to be talking about this and fighting for this and standing up for this now through the primaries and caucuses and into the general election, because I want this to be a voting issue. And I hope you will help me. Now let me say a word about the world, because we have a lot of work to do here at home, but we have to continue to provide leadership around the world. And I know, having served as a senator from New York on 9/11, having served in the first term of President Obama as his Secretary of State, we have threats and dangers, and we do have to be, as Mark Udall said, smart about how we approach them. I believe that it is important for the United States to lead a coalition to take on ISIS in the air and on the ground and online, because they do have capabilities that are quite beyond anything we've seen from a terrorist network before. But I'm against, as I said in my speech in New York last week, putting American combat troops into either Iraq or Syria. Instead, what we have to do is work with partners in the region to build up those forces that can fight for themselves, for their communities against the threat that ISIS poses. So it's important that we pay more attention to the Sunni Arabs in Iraq who have been marginalized and left out by the prior government led by Maliki, and try to reconstitute both the Iraqi army and the Sunni tribal fighting groups to defend their own territory, to take back Mosul, to take back Ramadi. It's also important we support the Kurds on both sides of the border and give them not only support rhetorically, but equipment and training if necessary. The president has already authorized special ops forces to go in, to work with the Kurds, to work with others who are fighting ISIS to call in airstrikes from the ground, and we should keep the option open to figure out how effective our special forces can be. We also are engaged in making sure our values are understood and publicized, because we stand in stark contrast to the behavior of those who not only committed murder in Paris, but in Beirut, brought down the Russian airliner, whose compatriots in terror attacked the hotel in Mali. We have an arc of instability from North Africa to Afghanistan. And I want us always to remember what we are fighting for. We are fighting for human rights and dignity and freedom. And that means we also must be willing to continue to take refugees into our country. That I also support a very strong vetting process. I see no contradiction between the two. We are open and welcoming at the end of a process. That's what we've always done. In fact, it is a cumbersome process, but it's an important one. And our defense and security and intelligence professionals have to work with the State Department and the UN to make sure that we are doing it right. But I have heard all of this loose, inflammatory talk about refugees, and I don't think that does us any good at all in waging and winning the fight against these criminals and killers who misuse religion and promote a different set of values than the ones that we believe in. In fact, I think it's worth remembering that the hijackers who struck at the World Trade Centers all came here legally. We have to be attuned to threats from inside and outside, and particularly what might be happening right now, long before any refugees will be vetted and invited to come to the United States. And there is one connection with gun safety measures. The Republicans in Congress are currently refusing to bring up a bill that would prohibit anyone on the no-fly list from buying a gun in America. Now, if you are dangerous enough to be on the no-fly list, I think you are dangerous enough to be prohibited from buying a gun inside our country. There's a lot of opportunity out there. I listen to the Republicans, and you know, they spent a lot of their time criticizing me when I was Secretary of State. I mean, when in doubt, criticize me. That seems to be their general philosophy. And I heard this a few times, and I thought to myself, well, maybe they just don't know what I did as Secretary of State. So I sent them each a copy of my book, Hard Choices. And I thought, well, you know, if they want to know how you put together a coalition to impose sanctions on Iran, including Russia and China, so that we can get them to the negotiating table to try to put a lid on their nuclear weapons program, they could read about it. Or maybe they'd like to find out how you broker a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas with the Muslim Brotherhood President Morsi in Cairo. You can read about that. Or how you negotiate with the Chinese to extract the blind dissident, to get him out of China, to give him a chance with a new life with his family here in the United States. I said to them, you know, there are so many of you, you could have a book club and you could sit down and talk about everything we did over those 4 years. Now, to need your help. I'm going to need it starting right now. I hope you'll take out your phone and text the word JOIN, J-O-I-N, to 47246 to get involved in my campaign. We're organizing across Colorado. Don't forget to go to HillaryClinton.com. Every hour, every dollar you can contribute will truly make a difference. And I'm very proud that we've had hundreds of thousands of people donating, and mine is the first campaign where a majority of our contributors are women. And that's very, very exciting. Now, at the end of the day, you know, people ask me all the time, oh my gosh, how can you do this? And, you know, I'm not going to kid you, it's hard. You know, it's a very long campaign. We have the longest campaigns probably in the universe. I don't know what they do on some of those distant planets to select their leaders, but even if you add in light years, we probably have the longest campaigns. But it's the hardest job in the world. And having a long campaign and going through it and taking the knocks that come with it and keep going and demonstrating what you believe in and why you want to serve your country is all part of it. But what really gets me up in the morning is my profound belief in the promise of America. You know, my grandfather was a factory worker. He was a young immigrant, came with his family, worked in the Scranton lace mills in Northeast Pennsylvania, worked really hard, supported his family, and did it because he thought it would give a better life to his sons, and it did. They all went to college, and my dad graduated in the pit of the Depression, 1935, hopped a freight train to Chicago, got a sales job, worked until he went into the Navy, served as a chief petty officer at the Great Lakes Naval Station, and then when he got out, he started that small business that gave us a good, solid, middle-class life. My mother had a very different experience. She was abandoned and rejected by her parents, sent to live with grandparents who didn't want her, and by the time she was 14, she was working as a housemaid. And I didn't know any of this when I was a little girl. And when I found out it was such a different life than she had given me, I couldn't believe it. And I said, how did you survive? She said, you know, along the way, people were nice to me. Not my family, but the teachers who believed in me. And even the woman whose house she went to work in, who knew she wanted to go to high school, said, you know, Dorothy, if you get your chores done early in the morning, you can go to high school and then come back and finish the chores in the evening. That's what she did for 4 years, getting up really early during those chores, running, attending classes, and running back. Both of them believed so strongly in the basic bargain of America. If you work hard and you do your part, you can get ahead and stay ahead, and your voice and your vote are just as important as anybody else's. And so for me, being raised that way, I now look at my granddaughter, and of course, Bill and I will do whatever we can to make sure she has all the opportunities she can take advantage of, but we know that's not enough. It really matters what kind of country she becomes an adult in and what kind of world is out there waiting. You see, I don't believe you should have to be the granddaughter of a former president to realize the promise of America. You should be able to be the granddaughter of a factory worker or the grandson of a truck driver or any single person, and especially any child in this country. Now and into the future, I will get up every day and I will fight to make that true. Thank you all, and God bless you.
And folks, that was Hillary Clinton at the Boulder Theater in Boulder, Colorado for one of her many, many rallies for campaign 2016. We'll head on over now to a live Pentagon briefing. Samia is coming up next.
And several other of our allies involved, all trying to get as much information as we can as to exactly what happened, Barbara. So we're not able to conclude definitively right now as to exactly where the aircraft was and all the circumstances that played out here. We hope to have that for you. We have gotten the reports from Turkey, a NATO ally, as to what transpired here, and that this aircraft did violate their airspace. And again, we're taking all that information into account, as NATO is as well, as I think you heard from the Secretary General.
May I ask very briefly a separate question?
Sure.
Now on the attack against the hospital in Kunduz, the Doctors Without Borders hospital, now that it's clear you are beginning the process of concluding the review of that. One, can you tell us anything about what you have found in this review that has been the human and technical errors that led to this mistaken attack? And second, has the Secretary or the military been able to take any steps to assure that this kind of incident doesn't happen again? What have you done to make sure this doesn't happen again somewhere in the world?
Well, a couple things. First of all, the investigation that you refer to is being conducted, has been conducted under General Campbell's leadership and instruction and direction in Afghanistan, and I'm going to leave it to them and General Campbell to release more information. He's got an update, as I understand, that's going to be made available tomorrow, and I'm going to leave that to General Campbell. More largely, the Secretary has maintained from the start that this needs to be a full and transparent investigation, and that we do need to learn whatever we can about this incident, about this mistake in which a protected medical facility was targeted, so that it doesn't happen again. And that'll be part of what we learn from their findings. And so I'm going to leave it to General Campbell to outline whatever update he has for you tomorrow. And the Secretary's eager to hear what he has to say and eager to find out what's been learned through the course of this investigation.
I have to assume if the news media is getting an update tomorrow, the Secretary's likely already been briefed on this.
I can't actually confirm that he has been briefed. We're waiting to hear from General Campbell tomorrow in Afghanistan.
Just yet about what you may have learned from this to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Well, I think it's clear that the Secretary has made clear that the proper protocols need to be followed, not just in Afghanistan, but around the world, to prevent this kind of thing from happening. But were there unique circumstances in this instance that we can learn from again? I think that's the sort of thing we're waiting to find out from General Campbell. Yes, Bill.
The Turks said that they warned the Russian pilot 10 times. Do you know that to be true?
My understanding is there were warnings. I think Colonel Warren referred to this this morning. So my understanding is there were warnings that that our the coalition was able to hear as well.
Previously, so at NATO, this is when they were
the coalition.
So previously, Russian incursions were described as being not accidental. Does this incident also seem to be not accidental, antagonistic, or how could you characterize it?
I think, Bill, these are some of the details that we're trying to find out ourselves as to exactly what transpired, and the Turks have described it, that they warned the aircraft in advance, and that the aircraft did venture into Turkish airspace. And again, the previous incidents, there were at least 2 previously that I'm aware of in which the Turks made clear their concern about this. NATO made clear its concerns to Russia. And so I'm not going to characterize this particular incident because we're still trying to track down the details. But again, there were 2 previous incursions, and we've heard from both the Turks, from the United States, and from NATO as a whole as to our concerns about that in the past. Yes, Christina.
Thanks, Peter. Were any U.S. forces or officials aware of the possible Russian jet incursion before it was shot down?
I think only to the extent, as I mentioned before, and I think as Colonel Warren mentioned, that the coalition heard the warnings previously. But in terms of a flight plan or something like that, no, I'm not aware of any advanced knowledge that this incident was going to take place. Obviously, it's an incident that we which had not taken place, and now we're hoping that both sides, that Turkey and Russia, can de-escalate further. And once again, I want to highlight what something that the president referenced, and that is where the Russians were flying this particular mission, not an area controlled by ISIL, an area along the border with Turkey where there have been problems with incursions in the past. Russia, if it was focused more on the ISIL fight, perhaps this incident wouldn't have happened at all.
And then on a related topic, the Pentagon announced the intensification of the ISIS fight, even in the weeks before the Paris attacks. Can you assess the results of the intensification? Are you seeing any positive results so far?
Well, we continue to apply pressure to ISIL on a number of different fronts. You've seen what happened in Sinjar, for example, and the cutting off that supply line. We consider that certainly to be a step forward. You've seen the movement of forces, some of those opposition forces around Raqqa. The taking of Al-Hol is another indication of a step forward. Again, there are going to be steps back as we engage this fight, but many in those instances, coalition air support made a difference to those forces. And coalition support overall made a difference. So we're tracking those things. We've seen the progress with regard to the targeting the oil infrastructure in recent days. These are what we consider to be steps forward. Again, there are going to be challenges along the way as well. There is no silver bullet here. But we do consider that the effort to try and if you will, accelerate this fight is moving forward, and I think what we heard from the President today, and certainly the conversation the Secretary just had with his French counterpart, we're looking to ways to further accelerate it with the help of the French and others. Yes.
Peter, given that the U.S. F-15's aircraft are based in Incirlik to help protection of the Turkish airspace, which you also described as a NATO airspace, do you consider the U.S. to be very much part of any escalation whatsoever to come out in that area?
Those forces are there. The U.S. aircraft there, those F-15s in particular, are there to assist a NATO ally at the request of a NATO ally. And so we don't consider that escalatory. We consider that a step to aid an ally and partner. And that's the purpose for those aircraft. Yes, Tara.
The Russian Defense Ministry has issued a statement that it's deploying its cruiser, the Moskva, off the coast of Latakia, and it has an S-300 equivalent on board. It's a long-range anti-aircraft missile. How much more dangerous is it getting for U.S. and coalition pilots to operate in Syrian airspace? And given this escalation, will continued air operations against the Islamic State in Syria continue at pace?
Well, first of all, our missions are continuing, even today, and we're not going to slow down our pace, and our mission continues. We have the memorandum of understanding in place with the Russians. That has, up to this point, proven successful in keeping our aircraft safe, our crews safe, and so we don't anticipate problems. Again, anything the Russians do that is bolstering the Assad regime, we would consider counterproductive, and we would be worried about any additional weaponry that enters the fray. But we do expect the Russians to abide by the memorandum of understanding and to do their part to make sure that the skies over Syria remain safe for our crews.
Did Turkey sign the memorandum of understanding?
The memorandum of understanding was signed by the United States on behalf of all the coalition members, and so Turkey would be covered under that.
So if it wasn't Turkish airspace, would this be a violation of that MOU by Turkey?
The coalition, it covers only Syrian airspace. So that is the limit of the memorandum of understanding for the coalition and for the United States and for Russia as well. So, yes.
Will Truman be joining the Gulf for airstrikes in Syria and the Eastern Med?
Let me double check the exact what the plan is for the Truman. My understanding is it's headed to the Persian Gulf, so I don't know if there's particular operations planned for the Eastern Med at this particular moment in time.
Discussion with Minister Le Drian.
It did not come up in the course of the conversation today, but let me check and see if there's anything further I can get for you on that. Bill, back to you.
So if, because it covers only, the MOU only covers Syrian airspace, if the Turkish jet shot down the Russian jet in Syrian airspace, it would be in violation of this MOU.
Again, I'm not going to get into hypotheticals, Bill. The Memorandum of Understanding deals with safe interaction of aircraft over Syrian airspace, the professional airmanship that's required. It is intended to deconflict and to create a series of protocols put in place that air crews and even ground communication links that can be employed to try and prevent something from happening over Syrian airspace. That was the purpose of it. What Turkey has informed us that it did today was to defend its own airspace, and as a NATO ally, we obviously take that with great concern, any incursion into Turkish airspace. And so we're going to try and track down the details along with our other NATO partners and work with Turkey as to exactly what happened here and whether or not something like this can be avoided going forward. But the initial effort here should be on the part of Turkey and Russia to try and de-escalate and prevent this from happening again. Yes, last one, and then I got to run.
Two questions quickly. Was there any sign, since you were able to hear everything that was going on, any sign of a distress call or any response that we haven't heard about yet from the Russian planes involved in the incident? And the second,
let me answer that first. I'll come back to you. I'm not aware of everything that was heard, but my understanding is the warnings from the Turks. We were made aware. We could hear. Coalition Operations Center could hear that there were warnings conveyed. So.
But nothing in terms of a response from the Russian pilots?
I'm not aware of any. That I can't say that it didn't happen, but I'm not aware that we heard any.
And in the second part, how concerned is the Pentagon about this confluence of events? Whether, I know there's a lot that hasn't been confirmed, but it seems like things are building up where you have these tensions building. Russians are using some tough language. They're moving other things into play. How concerned is the Pentagon that things could start to spiral out of control? And what, if anything, are you trying to do to prevent that from happening?
Well, I think we've got concerns about what played out today, and the risk for miscalculation and misjudgment over Syria and in the neighborhood. And if the Russians were focused on the fight against ISIL, as opposed to targeting opposition groups and support for the Assad regime, that would be a step forward to help try and, if you will, deconflict this entire conflict zone. So we have concerns about it, but the focus for us continues to be the fight against ISIL. And to the extent that the Russians can shift their energy and attention to the fight against ISIL would be in the best interest of everyone, including the people in Syria, who, if the Russians were to exert their influence in terms of the political transition, that would be a step forward as well. And so there are risks for miscalculation, there are risks for misjudgment. That's why we had this memorandum of understanding in place with the Russians. And we would like to see steps on the part of a number of actors, but the Russians in particular, to try and move the fight against ISIL forward, and at the same time strike some sort of political and diplomatic resolution to the Syrian civil war, which is the goal really ultimately here for everyone. Lucas, I got to run. All right, Lucas.
In the last week, two of Secretary Carter's former predecessors, Secretary Gates, Secretary Panetta, appeared on my network, Fox News Channel, and offered a number of criticisms, saying that the United States needs to do more, to destroy the Islamic State. President Obama's former Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence, Mike Vickers, penned an op-ed recently saying we need to treat the Islamic State like the war against the Taliban in Afghanistan. Has Secretary Carter spoken to any of his predecessors or former Undersecretary Mike Vickers? Does he share that sense of urgency, and is he relaying that across the river?
Well, first of all, I think Secretary Carter has had a sense of urgency about this himself since he took this job. And he has, as he's detailed to you, taken several steps over the past few weeks and months to not only assess the situation there, but look at what's working, in the fight against ISIL, look what's not working, make adjustments to ramp things up, whether it's the air campaign, whether it's, again, the insertion of these special operations forces into Syria, steps that we think can further enable local forces to ultimately prevail in this fight against ISIL. With regard to his predecessors, the Secretary has had conversations in the past, I know, with several of his predecessors, has a good relationship with a long list of people and worked with many of them very closely. I know that he respects their views on these issues and sought their counsel in a host of different ways since he's taken over this job. But he has his own views about what should be happening now on the ground. He's detailed them to you, and he believes that the changes we're making will intensify this fight, will accelerate this fight against ISIL, and there may be more opportunities to do even more in that regard, and that's one of the conversations he just had with his French counterpart. There are going to be further adjustments. There are going to be further enhancements to this fight, and the Secretary is going to continue to lead that effort and get advice and counsel and support from wherever he can. Thanks very much, everyone.
All right, guys, I apologize for that long beep. I'm sorry if I hurt your ears. Just want to say hello. These are some of our top 5 stories today, and I wanted to give you guys an update since I wasn't able to give you guys that this morning. First off, the body cam footage from the NAU shooting has been released. Gonna go ahead and pull this up for you guys. This morning, Stephen Jones was in court. Here's a picture of him in court this morning. Give me a second while I pull this up for you. That is the NAU shooter, the alleged shooter, who opened fire on campus in early October, killing one and injuring a couple of others. Over the weekend, police released body cam footage. We now have access to it. This is video that wasn't released before. Again, if you pay attention closely and listen to it, you can hear Stephen Jones asking for his mom. Obviously very emotional during the time of the arrest.
Oh my God! Hang on. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God, no! Sir, what is your name? What? Where's your wallet? It's in my backpack. Can I grab it? Yeah. Oh, please, officer, please. Oh my God, oh my mom. Oh my God, please. Hang on, sir. Hang on.
Oh
Is your name Stephen?
Yes, sir. Please,
Stephen, do you have any weapons on you?
No.
Stand up for me.
I can't.
Roll over. Stand up. Spread your feet. Spread your feet more. I need to enter code 3, Mountain View Service Drive from Franklin.
Oh my God, please help me. I'm so scared. I can't. I can't.
Have a seat.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Just have a seat.
I can't be
Have a
alone,
seat.
please.
Have a seat.
All right, guys, gonna replay this body cam footage one more time.
Oh my God! Hang on.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God, no!
Sir, what is your name?
What?
Where's your wallet?
It's in my backpack.
Can I grab it?
Yeah. Oh, please, officer, please. Oh my God, oh my mom. Oh my God, please.
Hang on, sir. Hang on.
Oh my God.
Is your name Stephen?
Yes, sir. Please,
Stephen, do you have any weapons on you?
No.
Stand up for me.
I can't.
Roll over. Stand up. Spread your feet. Spread your feet more. I need to enter code 3, Mountain View Service Drive from Franklin.
Oh my God, please help me. I'm so scared. I can't. I can't.
All right, guys, gonna cut out of that because we're getting these live images coming in right now from Fox National. Don't have a lot of details right now, but I'm gonna go ahead and call the national desk, try to get you guys some information. But these are live aerials coming in. It looks like there is a group of people, perhaps demonstrators, outside. This is a Black Lives Matter rally in Minneapolis, Minnesota. As you may or may not have heard, some Black Lives Matter protesters were shot at yesterday. And the protests continue in Minneapolis, Minnesota. All right, guys, while we continue to bring you these aerials from the Black Lives Matters protests, I'm going to also show you this feed coming in live from South Carolina, where presidential candidate Jeb Bush is speaking.
If you want to keep the peace, make sure that you have the strength that people respect. And a president should stop talking the way this president talks, grandiose language, trash talking, that Russia is a regional power. Really? Russia's a regional power, and then 30 days later they invade a neighboring country. That ISIS is the JV team? Now a caliphate the size of Indiana with 30 to 40,000 battle-tested terrorists organized to destroy Western civilization. That is not the JV team, Mr. President. We need to have a strategy to destroy ISIS, not to contain them. I get the sentiment that people feel that of fatigue, of tired of wars. But here's the deal. This is what I believe, and I hope you agree with this. By our inaction, we're going to create a higher probability of having to send men and women in uniform in harm's way. By pulling back, we create the problem. By not leading, our allies no longer trust us. Our friends no longer believe in us, and our enemies no longer fear us, and we see it play out each and every day now. I want to be a commander-in-chief. I will not be a divider-in-chief, an agitator-in-chief. I will respect the military. I will provide them with what they need. I won't put constraints on them. That's exactly what's going on now, to run out the clock. I will ask them to give me options to destroy ISIS and to create a more secure Middle East so that we can get back to the business of high sustained economic growth. And then I'll have their back, not the other way around, where they are subject to the constraints of a president that does not believe in American leadership. This is going to be a huge election as it relates to the future of this country, both in terms of our possibilities of growing and becoming an economic superpower and the ability for us to make sure that we live in a more peaceful world. Here's the final point I want to make. And this is a big difference between many people on the left and what I'm about ready to tell you. I believe that life is a gift from God, that it is divinely inspired. From beginning to end, it should be cherished, it should be appreciated, it should be respected, and that each person in our incredible country has a contribution to make. That everybody has the possibility of reaching their full potential. And imagine a country where everybody did reach their full potential. It would be an extraordinary place. The left believes that people have liabilities that need to be managed. I believe that people are divinely inspired and that they're assets, and that what we need to do is enhance their capacities to achieve earned success in their own way. Not getting in line imposed by Washington, D.C., but the interaction of all of us at full capacity, pursuing our dreams as we see fit, will create more possibilities, more prosperity, more creativity, more compassion, a greater, more loving society than any government program ever created. I'm fighting to make sure that we recreate that kind of America, because that's the kind of America that will work. And it's also how we win. Here's the deal. I'll tell you a story, and we'll end with this. In 1998, I was a candidate for governor. I decided to do something different. I decided I was going to listen a lot more rather than yap. A novel idea for a politician, I know. So I was in a town. But how do you know I don't care about your family? Because you're a conservative. She had made up her mind. She was angry. And then she told me her story. Her story was her child at the time was 15 years old. Luz. Her name was Bertha Aponte. She was a Colombian American that lived in Fort Lauderdale. Luz was 15. She couldn't walk. She couldn't talk. She had severe autism. She had physical challenges, the likes of which it was impossible to describe. I've got to know the family pretty well since then. And her biggest concern, Berthy's biggest concern, was whether she was going to outlive her child. And so she was angry. And she bought into the mythology that conservatives don't care. And so I said, look, I'm not going to be able to convince you, but tell you what, I want to learn from you. I'll listen. You're my teacher. Teach me what it's like to have that fear each and every day of outliving whether you're going to outlive your child. It's a powerful, powerful emotion. Imagine what it would be like. And maybe people in this room have had that experience. And so she took me up on it. And I wandered around all of South Florida, seeing group homes where people were treated, the developmentally disabled were treated with dignity and respect. We went to institutionalized care that, by the way, cost a lot more, but the people were warehoused. There wasn't the same feeling of respect for the dignity of life. We went to places of employment where people with both physical and intellectual disabilities were hired, and the workers, their co-workers, loved it because it added a vitality to the workforce. And customers loved it as well. It transformed my thinking about the developmentally disabled, and it validated my belief that this is a gift from God, that Luz has as much value in our society as I do, or you do, or anybody else. And it made a big impression on me. Fast forward, I get elected. I luck out and I get elected. The first week in office, I'm summoned by a federal judge to tell him why we should keep the programs for the developmentally disabled. And so I said, sir, I just got here. First of all, I don't think federal judges should take over state programs. That's just not, you can't do this. He got a little mad that I was telling him what he could and couldn't do. And then he said, I'll give you 6 months to go to the legislature. And a conservative governor with a conservative legislature funded the programs for the developmentally disabled, transformed them and reformed them so they were more effective. And over 2 years, 18 months, 31,000 families got off a waiting list. 31 families, in essence, could wake up in the morning less concerned about whether they would outlive their loved one. Now, if we're going to succeed as conservatives, we better be on the side of everybody that wants to rise up. They're not asking for dependency. They're not asking for a handout. What they want is the chance to rise, to reach their God-given abilities. That is what this mission should be about. Create a safe and secure America and focus on the fact that this truly is a gift from God, that our own lives are a gift from God. And people in public life should have a servant's heart. They should listen and learn and then lead. It is not about the big personalities on the stage. It is about who has a servant heart, who has a compass that points north, who has a heart for people that are downtrodden or stuck, who has the ability to make a tough decision and stick with it, who can lead as Commander-in-Chief of the United States. I believe you're looking at that guy. And I'm going to work my heart out to win the nomination so that I can take it to Hillary Clinton and defeat her in November of 2016. With that, be happy to answer any questions. First, what's your name?
Hi, Governor Bush. Gracie Wood.
Gracie, nice to meet you.
Scholastic News Kids Press Corps. And my first question is, study
Your
shows...
first question. Oh, wait a second. Now you're really looking like a reporter.
Study shows 16% of kids today don't want to be president anymore. Why do you think that is?
Well, that means, look, I'm an optimist, so that means 84% of kids want to be president. So, look, I think when I was growing up, when I was younger, people would say, hey, look, if you work hard and play by the rules, you can be just like him. You can be president of the United States. That if you set your mind to it, extraordinary things can happen. It's called the American Dream. One vision of that dream is to be president. But it could also be to be a successful entrepreneur, or to be a great teacher, or to be a fantastic doctor. The important thing is to dream and then realize that you have to go earn that dream. You have to go work hard to make it happen. And restoring the American dream is in essence what I'm talking about, where people really believe the system works for them again. Because today in America, a majority of Americans, not just to answer your question, but the broader question, a majority of Americans don't think their kids or grandkids are going to have the same opportunities they had. And there's two emotions that come to mind. One is anger, because I know we can do this. This is still the greatest country in the face of the earth, and I'm angry that we haven't fixed the things for people to justifiably believe the system doesn't work for them. And I'm frustrated that our political system is now holding us back. But I'm energized as well to say, we can do this. I know we can. It has to happen in a way where people really honestly believe that the system works for them. Where you're a young person, you don't have student loans that hold you back because of a broken higher education system, or a K-12 system where only 30 or 40% of kids truly graduate college and or career ready. We have big problems, a tax code, the regulatory system. We can focus on how bad things are, and we have some candidates that are really good at that on the left and right, or we can offer up solutions to this so that people are much more optimistic. I'd like to see it 100%. What would you think?
Yes, sir.
All right. What do you want to be president? Are you in that 18%? Or are you in the...
I think I'm a little bit of both ways. I would like to be a journalist or a president, because a president has a very big responsibility, but it would also be very interesting because you would have to deal with a lot of the issues in America today, and that's very interesting to me.
What kind of journalist would you like to be? Because we have a few here that might provide temporary mentorship. Oh, yeah? Okay. You don't need another mentor this. All right. Yes. Thank you.
Governor, like so many people right now, I'm fed up with politics and politicians. And I would like to know what you will do to instill in our Congress and hopefully your staff that you guys work for us, not the other way around. And that's the way it appears right now. So how are you going to turn Congress around? Let them know they're working for us.
Well, first of all, I'll tell you, I had 32 years in the private sector and 8 years as governor. And I turned the place upside down in Tallahassee to do exactly what you're describing, which is to make sure that people knew that they're the servant, the people were the master. Or to put it in a little more graphic way, government's the parasite, we're the host. And when the host is not feeling good, the parasite gets sick too. You have to have a healthy host for the government to work. Government doesn't create wealth, it doesn't create prosperity. It provides basic services, and it's not working. And frankly, Congress is completely dysfunctional as well. The frustration Republicans feel, I think, is that we elected some really good people to get to the majority, and then nothing happened. So I think you need a president for something to happen. The executive is the catalyst for these bigger changes. That's my experience in Tallahassee, where we balance budgets every year. And we made big changes. And I think first you got to change the culture. I didn't get to read it. I was curious. At one of my town hall meetings last week, someone asked, why should Congress and government employees get health care benefits, pension benefits that are richer than what everybody else gets, and Social Security as well? And I didn't read the exact set of benefits. But I know for a fact that now I'm away from Congress. This is the employees in general. The employees make 40% more in wages and benefits than their counterparts, like-kind jobs in the private sector. We need to challenge that. The culture of Washington is broken in a lot of ways, but one of the ways is that we have lifetime employment, where people don't feel accountable. They don't feel like they're your servant. Look at the Veterans Administration. I don't want to get your blood boiling here, but I'm just about ready to do it. 3 people fired for one of the most egregious scandals you could imagine, which is employees getting bonuses to the tune of, I think, $140 million last year for getting people off waiting lists, for example, where people didn't get care and vets died. And they got bonused. And 3 people have been fired. So fighting to change the employment rules, which I did in Florida. We reduced the government workforce by 11% when I was governor. In a time of growth, 1.3 million jobs were created and 13,000 jobs were reduced in the state government. I have a plan that says there will be no hiring of new people unless 3 people leave. You can do that by attrition. You could reduce the government workforce in Washington by 10% in 5 years without doing anything other than just by attrition. You can change the benefit structure so it is more respectful of the struggles of the private sector. You can have term limits. That would require a constitutional amendment. We did that in Florida, and I thought that was fantastic. A balanced budget amendment. Lobbying reform. These are the things that bring transparency to government so people are more comfortable about how it works. Now, you could pick someone who talks a good game or has been up there, or you can pick someone that's actually done it. My case to you is, for 8 years, I did it. I was the outsider going to Tallahassee. And people were grumpy to begin with. I mean, they were really grumpy, to be honest with you. But after a while, they kind of liked it. They liked the fact that we saw results, that government shrunk, that the economy was booming. They liked the fact that there was a guy who had the zeal for reform and fought on their behalf. I took on the teachers union, which is a pretty powerful group in Florida. I don't know how it is here in South Carolina, but there it's a big deal. And they do a great job representing the economic interests of their members. That's their job. I was trying to figure out how to reform education so we had rising student achievement. Slightly different conversation. And we created the most ambitious set of reforms passed by the legislature, and the teachers union came after me. They mortgaged their building to fund my opponent's campaign. They lost. And ultimately, I'm not sure it was just because of the campaign. They had to sell off their building to pay off their mortgage. That's how I fight. We took on the public service unions. You can fire someone for incompetence. In the Veterans Administration, if it happened in Florida, there would be wholesale firings. It would have never happened because I was a hands-on governor. I would have never bonused people by reducing caseloads without giving people the care. It would have never happened. But had it happened, you could fire someone immediately on that same day. We need to have that. I had 3,000 to 4,000 union members from AFSCME and SEIU, the public service unions, that came from out of state to try to defeat me in my reelection because I was the first governor to challenge this notion that you have lifetime employment. You're looking at a guy that's got callus on his rear end and tire marks on my forehead fighting these very powerful interests, and I can do it in Washington, D.C. as well. Well, maybe not the butt thing, but yes, ma'am.
How do you feel about accepting Syrian refugees?
The question is, how do I feel about accepting Syrian refugees? I think there ought to be a pause, a thorough review of the refugee process, because my experience is that they haven't dealt with this new asymmetric threat of terror. The refugee, day in and day out refugee process we haven't had this experience. A caliphate that is organized to embed themselves inside refugees and to go to Europe and immediately create chaos in Paris. Over a really short period of time that took place, by the way. So I think it's important to pause and to review all of these things. What I have stated, and I continue to believe it to be true, there are Christians that are being slaughtered in the Middle East. There are Jews that, but for Israel, would be slaughtered as well. Religious minorities in the Middle East are imperiled. And my question to you all is, but for us, who? Who will take care of religious minorities, the Yazidis, the Christians? You know, there was, and for 1,400, I'm a Catholic, for 1,400 years, oh good. We're maybe the only, in Spartanburg we might be the only two Catholics, I don't know. It's a growing force. But in Mosul, Iraq, for 1,500 years, 1,400 years, Mass was said. And today it's no longer said. People are fleeing the oppression of ISIS. What are we supposed to do? Nothing? Let them be slaughtered? Let them be enslaved? Let them be raped? Let them be beheaded as the Copts were, if you saw on the shores of the Mediterranean, saying the Lord's Prayer, 19 of them beheaded by these barbaric terrorists? I think we need to be strong as it relates to protecting religious freedom in our own country as well as religious freedom around the world. And so accepting refugees there would be part of any proper strategy. But I think what Congress did was right, to pause on this, to allow for the administration to convince the American people, to convince governors that their policies are ironclad. And so far they haven't been able to convince anybody of that. Yes, sir.
Governor, I'll leave that.
No, you don't.
As a veteran, the last couple of weeks we had some cold weather. We're down the street with homeless veterans.
Yeah.
What are your plans for my country?
Well, you know, I just went to the Salvation Army in Greenville, and by the way, Salvation Army is accepting donations for the holiday season, and they get a majority or close to a majority of their donations during this time between Thanksgiving and Christmas. So if you want to pause on politics just for a brief moment and remember the homeless, the drug addicted, the mentally ill, the children that are in the shelters that the Salvation Army, the hungry, they're the most extraordinary group I think I've ever experienced. And they are dealing with the homeless population, some of whom I met today that are veterans, the proper way. They're giving them shelter, but they're also teaching them the path to an independent life again. The ability to believe in a creator that gives you solace, that gives you comfort, that gives you strength, as well as the support necessary to not fall back into whatever affliction it is that people fall into. Mental health challenges combined with drug addiction and alcohol addiction is all around our communities. It knows no barrier. It knows no income barrier or ethnic or racial line. And so whether it's a veteran or people that aren't, I think it's a bottom-up approach that we need to take. The communities that get this right see a homeless person and say, but for, by the grace of God goes I. If you start with that premise, then you act on your consciousness. If you outsource your consciousness to a federal government, far removed, ineffective, incompetent, viewing this in a totally different way, you're not going to get the desired result. So, in a Bush administration, if a community figured out a unique, creative way to deal with homelessness, and there are homeless dollars that come, through the federal government, we should be funding the successful programs. And the successful programs, in my experience, are ones where there is real engagement by the community, where people do look at it. Whether it's each church taking on a homeless person and saying, this is our responsibility. We're going to take care of this child of God. We're going to love them with our heart and soul. Imagine this community that did that. You wouldn't have homeless people. And the federal government then provides support for that because a lot of this stuff costs money. And that's how you do it. And I would eliminate some of the barriers that make it harder for the Salvation Army to actually access government money because their mission is Christ-centered. There's a way to structure it so that you're protecting religious freedom and the separation of church and state. But there's lots of organizations that are truly successful. But don't expect the federal government to figure out how to do this by itself. It's never going to happen. It doesn't work. The founders didn't envision the federal government to work on that. What they envisioned, and what I believe to be true, is we ought to focus on protecting the homeland in Washington, D.C. That's the main thing that they should be doing. Yes, sir.
How do we control our southern border as well as our northern border from illegal?
The question is, we'll get back to you next. How do we control our borders, both southern and northern? Thankfully, we don't have so much of an eastern and western border as other countries do. Although the eastern border used to be a place where there was lots of challenges. I was governor of the state when we effectively worked with the federal government to lessen the amount of drugs coming in and migrants coming in to our state, imperiling their lives to cross the Straits of Florida from Haiti and other countries. So there is a border issue that's water-bound, but the bigger challenge, I think, is the south, not the north. The northern border is sparsely populated. The only way I think you could effectively do that at a reasonable cost would be to use technology, GPS technology, as well as drone technology to identify places where there may be vulnerabilities. And that is the responsibility of the federal government for sure. On the southern border, the same principle applies, but with more intensive efforts. Where fencing works, where it's appropriate, particularly in urban areas where walls need to be built, they have been, but we could expand that. We could expand the use of technology. Look, we have technology today, GPS technology, that you can find a grouper, just to put it in perspective, you can find a grouper in a hole 150 feet down from, you can find these things. This is the world we're in. You can pinpoint people and other things. We should use that technology. We have 20,000 Border Patrol people at least on the southern border, but many of them aren't even on the border. They're 40 miles off the border. We should forward lean on the border. We should deputize local and state law enforcement. There is a prohibition of this, that the federal government's responsibility is the immigration laws. But by creating a cooperative arrangement, you could have thousands more people in the border communities to be able to deal with the security questions that come from illegal immigration. And so we should be serious about this. 40% of illegal immigrants come with a legal visa. Did you know that? It's at 40%. So, I mean, you come with a visa and you just stay. So, and they're all over. They're not just on the border. They're all over the country, right? You come and you're a university student, you stay. Or you get a 6-month visa and you stay. We should have biometric technologies to be able to identify when people come in and when they go out and know where they are. And have the resources to pick people up so that the rule of law applies. If we never get to a feeling that Americans don't believe that our borders are being enforced, we're never going to get to the other elements of immigration reform that would help us with economic activity. And so this is a high priority. We should eliminate sanctuary cities, this idiotic idea, and focus where the problems are and be serious about it. I don't know how it is here in South Carolina, but I campaign a lot in a place called New Hampshire. It's relatively important. And I'll tell you a story. I was at a hotel where I met a former mayor, and he introduced me to the waitress that was serving us. The waitress' son died of an overdose of heroin. The receptionist at the hotel, 20 minutes later I met, her son died of an overdose of heroin. One of the workers in our campaign, brother, died of an overdose of heroin. Literally in a day, I met 3 people whose loved one died of an overdose of heroin coming across the southern border. This is cheap heroin, high-grade heroin that is now being used to replace pain medications that are prescribed by doctors. That are, when the prescription ends, they're addicted to OxyContin or some other drug, and they're finding a lower cost source of pain medication, and they're dying. So yeah, the border needs to be secured for public health reasons, for security reasons, and for the rule of law. When people don't think the government is enforcing the laws objectively and across the board, then they start thinking, well, I'm not going to follow the law either. So it's a big problem, and I'm glad you brought it up. I don't know, as it relates to the Canada border, do you have any suggestions? Most people don't concern themselves too much about the Canadian border. Do you have a unique perspective on the Canadian border being a problem?
Well, it could be.
Could be, yeah.
Because the population is so loosely formed, in the Canadian area.
Yeah, I think you can wander around up there and you won't know if you're in American soil or Canadian soil, and you hope you get found. Excuse me? Yeah, I mean, there's a limit to security in the sense that the costs of some of this are so extraordinary that it makes it a little bit harder. But again, technology can be applied, and greater cooperation with law enforcement on the Canadian border, and just being clear that it's a higher priority. That's one of the priorities of government, is to keep us safe, as I said, and enforcing the borders is clearly, in the world that has become much more globalized, where you have these threats of international terror, it's got to be a higher priority. There was a woman that raised her hand back there.
Yes, I'd like to know when you become president.
I like your thinking on that, though.
Well, I want you to do something. Will you go to fight for the police officers, the paramedics, people that turn hamburger buns at McDonald's and around, make more air than they make? I know. I'm a retired paramedic.
Paramedics make minimum wage around here?
Less than what they're making turning.
You need to move to Florida.
I was a paramedic. I have a son that's a police officer.
Well, look, I think it's the broader point is a good one, that we need to be much more supportive of law enforcement. We're in this very dangerous time. Excuse me?
Every time that paramedic gets on the ambulance, every time that police officer gets in his car, his life is in danger.
Absolutely.
I had a paramedic who was shot on the job.
I've traveled with police officers and their night shifts in the parts of town that you don't normally want to go at night. And I've done the same with paramedics, and they have the exact same risk. One's carrying guns and has armor on them, body armor, and the others don't. But now law enforcement is becoming a target. And the danger is that if law enforcement pulls back for their own safety, the communities that people are concerned, that are concerned about the lack of trust with law enforcement actually are going to have more crime. And we need to respect the law enforcement communities across this country so that they believe that people respect them and they can do their jobs. And right now that's starting to be a serious problem. Yes?
I agree with her. When, not if, you're president in January and you're sworn in, give us a thought of your first 90 days in office, what you'd like to accomplish.
Well, the first, everybody hear the question? I'll say, should I be president, to show a little more humility? Okay. The question was, when I'm president, what would I do in the first 90 days? And the first day, what I would do, just for starters, to start the 90 days off, would be to repeal all rules that are in progress by the Obama administration. I would begin the process of repealing rules that have happened, to adjust them or to repeal them altogether, because the legacy of President Obama, the greatest legacy, will be a lid on our economy that unless we change it, we're not going to be able to grow. This is the insidious, regulation is an insidious form of taxation. It limits people's ability to have growing income. It creates huge costs. More businesses are closing today than being formed. First time ever in modern history. So a thorough review in those 90 days, wherever possible, to repeal the rules. The second thing I'd do on the first day of office would be to move the United States Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. And thirdly, I would shut down the United States Embassy in Havana. Here's what I believe to be true. I believe our friends, and Israel is our closest ally, should know that we have their back. And this is not just symbolism when you move the embassy to the nation's capital. It is a clear signal that you're serious about the existential threat that Iran brings to Israel and to the United States. It would be the most powerful thing you do to say, we're back in business now. We're no longer going to do what the Obama administration did, which was turn the cheek left and right all the time, just bam, 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 bam. Today, there was an article I read about how the Iranians have increased dramatically their cybersecurity attacks on the United States after the agreement was signed. The Washington Post reporter has now been sentenced after the agreement was signed. They now say that they're ready for the agreement to, they're in compliance and they're ready for the agreement to take place in January, where no one else believes that that's the case. They've made it clear that there's not going to be any opening, and they're continuing to repress their people. So we should take them at their word when they say death to Israel, death to America, and sending a signal like that is important. The other part of this that I think is important is that you should earn your relation with the United States by deeds, by actions. And whether it's Iran or Cuba, there's been nothing that they've done to earn a relationship. They haven't earned it. And the people in Cuba are totally repressed. The economy is controlled by the government. They've announced they're not going to buy our equipment. All the people that thought this was going to be a boon to their sales of goods and services hasn't happened. They continue to repress their people. Why should we grant diplomatic relations with a country that then immediately laughs at us? And so those three things would be day one. And then you got to get back to the business of going back to the regular order. This idea that the president just can sign executive orders because, he's the head poobah, kind of walk around like this, like a North American, Latin American, dictator or something, sign an executive order here, do this. He doesn't have the authority in many cases to do this. We need to start respecting the Constitution again, which means the president works with Congress. As painful as it sometimes is to actually talk to people that may not completely agree with you, That's life. I mean, think of all the kitchen tables we've been around where we actually have a conversation with people we care for, but they don't always agree with you. You know, sometimes you just got to do it. The President of the United States has had a really hard time actually conversing with people that didn't agree with him, didn't fawn over him. Well, the next president, should I be president, when I'm president, will reestablish our democracy, which means that you find common ground with people when there's agreement. You forge consensus. You move forward. You fight for your beliefs. You do it based on principle. But you don't ascribe bad motives every time someone disagrees with you. This president does the exact opposite. And so does Hillary Clinton. In a moment of real insight into the thinking of Hillary Clinton in one of the debates, I think it was the first one, a reporter asked, one of the moderators asked, well, who are your enemies? Because we'll know who your friends are by your enemies, right? And so she went through the list, NRA, of course, the drug companies, I don't know, there was a long list of things that the left always goes up. And then she paused and said, well, you know, really, I guess the Republicans are my enemy. Wow. 50%, let's say, you know, close to 50% of America's her enemies. How the heck is she going to be able to solve problems if she starts with the premise that people have such bad motives that don't agree with her? So just in those 90 days, we're going to have to restore a different approach. I am so sick and tired of what, you know, when I was growing up and my mother, you know, if you know my mother, you would appreciate this. Whenever we would like push someone down to make ourselves look better, we'd brag about ourselves and push the other person down to make ourselves look even better. You know what happened to me? You know what happened to me. But this is the life in Washington. And ascribing these bad motives, pushing people down, saying you're in cahoots with the Death to America crowd when you oppose one of the worst agreements ever negotiated, that's not the right approach. It's being a little more respectful and standing on principle to fight for your beliefs, to forge consensus, to get to yes, to solve problems. We can't just be yapping about things anymore. We have to start solving problems. Yes, ma'am.
Got the last question.
Maybe one more after that.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
What is your perspective on Common Core education that's being pushed on the public schools? My understanding that they're rewriting our history books so that we won't know America as we've known it. And I'm very concerned about that.
Sure. Well, I mentored a kid before Common Core. I mentored a kid for every Wednesday morning at 8 o'clock. I was all in on the education subject. I was like the pig in the breakfast experience, not the chicken, if you know what I mean. I was the bacon. Get it? I thought that was funny. So I can promise you the social studies books prior to Common Core had already started the journey you're describing. I mean, that just the dumbing down of the content, passing through very fast the founding of our country, the extraordinary nature of the men that created the Constitution, the compromise that actually was necessary to make it happen. That story is a uniquely American story, and it doesn't get a lot of airtime in the social studies before. Common Core are standards, they're expectations. And here's what I believe. There should be no federal... You all right, Marianne? That's good. Common Core, the federal government should have no say in the creation of content, curriculum, or standards, period, over and out. Directly or indirectly. It should be state-driven. So if South Carolina wants to opt out of Common Core, which they did, all I ask is that they create high standards. You know, so that when you assess to the standards, it means that a 12th grader assesses to the standards and meets those standards, that they're ready to go to college or ready to get a job. Career and college readiness is what we need. And here's the sad fact. A third of our kids, I'll be generous, 40% of our kids are college and or career ready. We're not fooling anybody when we lower expectations, lower standards, dumb it all down, because you still got to go to college and you got to retake high school reading and high school math before you start. And you certainly can't fill out a form to get a job, and you don't have the skills to have a meaningful career. So raising expectations high is important, but it's got to be state-driven, not the federal government. One more. Yes, sir. Yeah, that's you.
In regards to what you said earlier about ISIS being, Obama saying that ISIS was the JV team, which I think we can all agree they aren't. What would you do differently to suspect the threat of ISIS?
So the question is that I made the statement that President Obama said that ISIS was the JV team. What would I do differently? What would be my strategy? One, we need to directly arm the Kurds. We don't do that now. We do it through the national government, and there is lots of delays and mistrust. We should arm the Kurds. They are our strongest allies in Iraq, and they're a powerful fighting force. They need to be armed with sophisticated equipment. Two, we need to re-engage with the Sunni tribal leaders that felt abandoned when the forces agreement was not signed. And when we left, and when Hillary Clinton only went to Iraq one time as Secretary of State, bragging all the time about how many trips she took, she only went to Iraq one time. And when we abandoned Iraq, in essence, the sectarian strife that took place pushed the Sunnis away from the national government. We need to engage because the surge was extraordinarily successful because of the heroic efforts of our fighting force and in cooperation with the Sunnis. We need to embed ourselves with the Iraqi military, not to fight their fight, but to train them and to identify the opportunities to attack ISIS. We need to have the lawyers get off the top of our Air Force. We have air superiority both in Syria, even with the Russian issue it's made more complicated. But we have every sortie has to be approved because this president has said that contrary to what the rules of international engagement are in warfighting, which means you don't target civilians, he's prohibited. He's made it an even higher priority to the point where 75% of the sorties come back without dropping their bombs. So we need to release the military to do its job and have air controllers that can identify the targets far better. There was a report that there was some success in attacking these fuel trucks where they're taking stolen refined products to sell it all around the world through Turkey. And they had some success hitting them, but they ran out of ammo. I mean, are we fighting a war or is this a law enforcement exercise? Make it a war. Make it a serious endeavor, and I can promise you the strength of our military in cooperation with Arab countries in the region and with Europe in a unified force, we could be successful in Iraq and in Syria. Syria, we need a no-fly zone, and this will be made more complicated by Russia's moving in because the void that we created. But we also need safe zones. The best way to deal with the refugee crisis is to not force people to be uprooted, to endanger their lives and go to far-off lands, is to stay in Syria under the safety of an international force led by the United States. If you want to create a more compassionate approach to this, deal with ISIS, which is the cause for the refugee crisis, deal with Assad, which is the other cause, and create safe haven for them rather than creating chaos in Europe and threats to our national security. That would be my plan. One final point. One final point, and this is something that's really important. To turn that strategy into a detailed plan of action, as Commander-in-Chief, I would not impose constraints on the warfighters. I would ask them, give me options. Ultimately, this is the decision of the Commander-in-Chief, of the President of the United States. You don't outsource that responsibility and say, well, let the military do what they want. And that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, give me options. I won't tie your hands. You give me the most effective way to achieve the mission. And ultimately, the mission not just is taking out ISIS, but it's also creating stability so that when we leave, we don't have to come back again. That is the lesson of history. We have to make sure that we do this in a way where there is a strategy that is clear for total annihilation and total victory with an ultimate aim of stability so that we don't have to do it again. And that, I think the military is more than capable of doing. They're desperately looking for a commander-in-chief that won't tell them the constraints on what they should do. They're looking for a commander-in-chief that will lead them and have their back. And I promise you I will have their back. We got to go. One more? All right, last one. You're it. Not him, you. He works for me. He's not going to ask a question. I ask the questions with him.
Okay, so I'm from Orange County, Florida. And one thing I hear you talk about a lot of your last several months' campaigns, how you got 4% economic growth in Florida.
Yeah.
And by the time the next president is sworn into office, we're going to have $20 trillion in national debt. So what do you plan on doing to reduce the national debt in order to get this 4% economic growth?
Well, the other way, it's the other way around. If you grow at 4%, you're going to generate exponentially more revenue that will help you balance the budget. 2% growth almost guarantees you won't create. Here's the problem with 2% growth. 2% growth increases demands on government. The number of people on food stamps has gone from 20+ million to 47 million in the age of Obama. Those are huge numbers. Medicaid has exploded because of Obamacare. And so the demands on government with tepid growth grow, and revenue doesn't grow. If you grow at 4% by dramatically reforming the tax code, simplifying the code and lowering rates, dealing with the regulatory issue we've talked about today, embracing the energy revolution, if you get close to 4%, the revenue, the coffers of the federal government are going to be large. And then you have to deal with what are the out-year costs of spending that are creating these deficits. And there's one big one. It's not the military. It's been cut 8 years in a row. It is not the military. It is Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and Obamacare. Did you get them all? Okay, good. And so you have to reform all of those. And you, particularly given your age, should be interested in this subject, because if we don't change the run rate of Medicare and Social Security, we don't preserve and protect it for the people that have already earned it, and we don't repeal Obamacare and replace it with a model that empowers people to make choices for themselves, if we don't reform these things, it's the Cookie Monster that eats everything else up. We won't be able to have a strong military. We won't be able to invest in infrastructure. We won't have the money to be able to keep us safe. So this is extraordinarily important. If you're interested in the details of that, go on jeb2016.com. I'm the only candidate that has laid out a comprehensive plan to save and protect Social Security for those that are about ready to get it and already have it, and to reform Medicare and Medicaid so it doesn't create these deficits as far as the eye can see. You're never going to deal with the budget deficit, though, at a 2% rate. It's just not going to happen. And why would anybody argue? I mean, I'm being criticized for advocating a 4% growth strategy. Let's assume that you get to 3.8. 3.8% growth creates more income for everybody than 2% growth. I can't imagine anybody be like all upset about this, but the left really, this has gotten under their skin, that there's a candidate advocating higher growth as one of the solutions to the problems we face. Do you remember the 80s? It worked out pretty good. We had rising income in people's pockets because economic growth was happening at a faster rate. We deregulated, shifted power back to our communities, back to families, and back to the states. And we had high economic growth. We can do it again, and we have to do it if we're going to assure that the next generation has a fighting chance to be able to be successful. Thank you all very much. Wonderful Thanksgiving. God bless you. Love to have your help.
All right, guys, this is a look at our 10-day forecast. You can see that for some reason the turkey is on the wrong day, unless you're having leftovers. I suppose that Friday could be turkey day as well. High expected of 79 tomorrow, 73 on Thursday. Cool down for the weekend, going to drop to the upper 60s and stay that way throughout most of next week. Pretty mild temperatures, not too cold, not too hot, fairly pleasant. It doesn't look like there's any rain in the forecast. Doesn't look bad to me at all. In fact, let's take a look at the tower cam and see what it looks like outside. Here's a live look at downtown Phoenix, looking north from South Mountain. Very lovely outside. Alright guys, now to continue our top 5 stories. We already talked about this first story. I want to get to this next story. Chicago cop faces murder charges. Going to go ahead and pull up his mugshot right now. This is the cop I am talking about. This is a really big deal. So this Chicago policeman was charged with murdering a black teen. Authorities hoping to stave off a fresh burst of the turmoil over race and police use of deadly force that has shaken the United States over the course of the last year. This man on the screen, 37-year-old officer Jason Van Dyke, was denied bail at a hearing in Chicago's main criminal courthouse hours after a state prosecutor announced charges of first-degree murder or killing without lawful justification. Now, what happened basically is that the police department had a deadline of tomorrow, Wednesday, to release the body cam video that showed that what happened during this incident. And apparently, in this video, taken by the police patrol car's dashboard cam, it shows the teenager, Laquan McDonald, who's 17 years old, getting killed. He was shot 16 times by this officer. According to the video, the teen was walking away from the cops. He was armed with a small knife, but he was not posing a threat to the officers, according to witnesses. According to this video, he was already on the ground after about 1 or 2 shots. However, the cop, pictured here, apparently continued to shooting 16 times at the teen. Now here's a picture of Laquan at graduation. This shooting took place a year ago, October 20th, 2014. Basically, prosecutors moved up the timing of the charges ahead of the release of the video, thinking that if the video was released and the officer was not charged, that chaos would ensue, concerns of rioting, other possible dangers, of course, as the issue of police-community relations continues to be a controversial one. Again, the video shows Laquan McDonald moving away from police at the time he was shot. The police department has said all 16 of those shots were fired by the same one police officer, this man right here. Now, even though the judge demanded the release of this video, the police union opposes the release of the video, saying, "We're concerned about the officer's safety. We're concerned about his family. We're standing by Officer Van Dyke in the performance of his duty at this stage." The city has already paid Laquan McDonald's family a $5 million civil settlement, even though they did not file a lawsuit. I see Fanny in the chat room mentioning 5 people have been shot near the site of the Jamar Clark protest. Yes, Jamar Clark protests are the ones we were looking at in Minneapolis. Police looking for 3 men currently, 3 white men on the run, allegedly involved in the shooting of 5 people involved in those protests last night. On this same issue, we do have some sound bites sent to us. I'm gonna go ahead and pull this up. This in response.
Everybody's talking about it. Here at the barbershop. Here at the barbershop. There's so many police on that tip right now. You just gonna join in with the rest.
The idea that he just only had this knife when they got there and then gunned him down 16 times, like some animal.
You gonna fight when they shot? It's gonna happen everywhere, man. The police gonna shoot the man 16 times? Man, they could have tased him.
Like, what was they being trained to do? To shoot 16 times? I could do that.
If he was corrupt, you didn't see it. When they see the tape, they just gonna get angrier.
It shouldn't be. It's gonna make us look bad. It ain't gonna solve one thing.
All right, moving on to bullet point number 3, Clock Kid. You guys remember him, the 15-year-old teen. I guess he's 15, so he is a teen. Out of Texas, Ahmed Muhammad, who was arrested for making what appeared to be a bomb, or rather, school officials misconstruing what they thought was a bomb. In actuality, it was a clock in a briefcase. That individual suing for $15 million, saying that his civil rights were violated. We actually have a clip on this. Gonna go ahead and pull up this video right here.
Somebody label you as Bin Laden or you are with ISIS. There is no apology. It's come from the city or from the police or from the mayor. Ahmed, he thinks that there is a burden is come on him because he's the one really, if this not happened to him, they're not going to be there. They're not going to leave the great nation of the United States to go to a teeny place in the Middle East.
There has to be consequences. But I'm not really too much interested in the money part. They can do whatever they need to do. But the corrective action needs to be taking place.
All right, moving on. Let's move to bullet point number 4. Paris tourism down after last week's attack. Obviously, this is of a great concern. Speaking of France, the French president in Washington, D.C. today, meeting with President Obama. Let me go ahead and show you a clip of that. Okay, I can't find it. It's not exactly right in front of me. So, what I'm going to do is just show you a picture of France. That sounds about right. We'll show you Paris. There we go. So, here's the deal. The attacks in
But
Paris
I'm not really too
are
much interested in the
having
money
a
part.
major impact on tourism, initial figures show, pushing the French Prime Minister to meet industry officials to come up with a plan to limit the damage and keep visitors coming to the City of Light. Now, 10 days after the carnage, the deadliest, in fact, since World War II, museum ticket sales have plummeted. There are none of the usual lines of people waiting to get to the top of the Eiffel Tower. Though Parisians have put on a brave face since the attacks, which targeted entertainment spots like cafes and a concert hall, tourists are shying away. Those that do come notice a strange, oppressive mood. You can really feel how nervous and scared people are, said 40-year-old South African Sean Brewer. He was at a train station when the sound of a pigeon getting electrocuted on the tracks sent people running in all directions. The Louvre, along with other museums, told the Associated Press they both recorded a 30% drop in visitors compared with the week before the attacks. Another museum, the Museum of Modern Art, says ticket sales have been cut in half. Now, you guys in the chat room, tell me, would you guys want to go to Paris given the attacks? I know personally, after last week's attacks, or the attacks from a couple weeks ago rather, that I crossed Paris off my list, France in general, off my list of places I wanted to visit anytime soon. What do you guys think? Tell me in the chat room and I'll read some of your comments on the show. Right, guys, see what you guys are saying in the chat. Billy Phoenix would still go to Paris. Fo saying free, sure I would go. Well, I'm not saying it's free, Fo. Lakers fan saying, hell no, I won't go to Paris. Hapalea saying, no, I don't want to go, Samia. I don't want to go anywhere I can't drive. Good point, Hapalea. Billy Phoenix saying, I quit going to Chicago about 5 years ago when the protesters started victimizing people in the bar district. Robert Cisneros saying, I'm not leaving out of the USA ever. Well, we do have that travel alert that was issued, so I guess that's a smart move, Robert. Tess saying, if I were in the area, I'd go to Paris, but I wouldn't schedule a trip there right now, just as I want to go to Israel, but would wait until safer days, if ever. All very good, very valid points. All right, guys, moving on to my very last bullet point, which I can't believe we haven't talked about at all. Maybe you guys talked about it with Mike this morning, but this was the big story all morning. Russian was trending on Twitter, Turkish was trending on Twitter, and it's because this Russian warplane was shot down by Turkey. Obviously, people are very upset. I'm going to go ahead and pull up this video right now that we were sent. It was shot down near the border of Turkey and Syria. Here is another video, and this is the video. You can actually see the plane falling to the ground, I believe. I don't know if it's in there, but you can see that the plane landed right there. There is video out there circulating of the plane actually falling from the sky.
일어나, 일어나. 일어나. 나비야, çıkın, 나비야!
That is a still image of the plane. These are more stills of the plane going down. And that is a still image of the plane landing. And there's video on YouTube as well. I'm going to go ahead and show you this in full. Pretty crazy video to look at as it falls to the ground. Again, Turkish jets shoot down a Russian plane near Syria. At least one pilot is dead. Vladimir Putin not too happy about this. And those are our top 5 stories here. That will wrap up my afternoon edition of News Now. I'm going to shut down the stream for a little bit, and Kinsey Schofield will be joining you with a brand new stream at 3 p.m. You guys can stay right here at this link. It will load once again at 3 o'clock. You'll be joined by Kinsey Schofield with a lot more news ahead. I hope you have a wonderful Tuesday, and I personally will see you guys tomorrow. Bye.